After countless rallies, debates, attack ads, scandals, federal investigations, it is finally time for the United States of America to elect their 45th president. The candidates have exhausted their efforts, and now the power turns to the people all across the nation that have been casting their votes all day. The campaign trail ends here. This is the Society for Collegiate Journalists Election Night Coverage 2016. I'm Sam Anthony. Alongside me is Vince Russo. Gonna have a great night for you guys as the votes continue to roll in. So we're gonna start tonight's show with some projections. We have some early things coming in. You have 1% to 6% of the vote coming in some of these eastern states. But right now, the way it looks that we think it's going to go here is East and West Coast are going to go blue, and the middle of the country very strongly red towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, so far 24-3, the electoral vote count in favor of Donald Trump at the moment. We haven't seen any substantial surprises thus far. As you said, Sam, we'll see a lot of the outer rim of the country going towards Hillary Clinton, a lot of that middle of the country there in very bold red going to Donald Trump. And then it's some of those swing states throughout the country that are really going to impact this election. Maybe none so more than our Commonwealth right here of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and that it goes more than just the presidential election. It goes to the Senate, too, between Pat Toomey and Kate McGinty, one of the most divisive Senate races, and it's going to be one that really helps determine who has control of the Senate, which is also going to be very important, depending on who gets elected president, whether they will also have control of the Senate.
Yeah, and we see right now McGinty favored in Pennsylvania based on projections, but you see those white states, there's a lot of areas where we just don't know at the moment.
All right, and on that note, as everything's flowing in, we're going to send it over to our social media correspondent, Malik Frierson, who's going to give us an update on what's happening live throughout the night. So Malik, what do you have for us right now?
Well, Sam, I have much for us tonight. There's no secret social media has been an integral part of this election, whether it's many voters voicing their disgrievances or appreciations of many different of the candidates, or Trump and Hillary fighting for social media dominance. Let's take a look at Twitter. As you see, Donald Trump is, of course, retweeting a tweet from his son, Eric Trump, who, of course, saying, "Join my family in the incredible moment, Make America Great Again." His running mate, Mike Pence, of course, tweeting, "Thank you, Indiana, for giving Trump the votes." Hillary, of course, tweeting from North Carolina, "Please vote." And we're going to go back to Sam and Vince. What's going on at the desk?
Malik, thank you. And he's going to give us more updates throughout the night. But now let's turn our attention to the local elections with political correspondent Ian Kist, who's at a joint local event with Congressman Tim Murphy and Senator Guy Reschenthaler at the Crowne Plaza. Ian, what's going on over there?
We are at the Pittsburgh Crowne Plaza South for a Republican Watch Party hosted by Senator Guy Reschenthaler and Congressman who's running in this general election, Congressman Tim Murphy. Murphy is running unopposed, so we know he will be taking another seat in state Pennsylvania Congress. But for Guy, he was elected in November 2015, on November 3rd, last primary, or general election, rather, in a special election to fill a spot in the PA State Senate. We are just getting cozy here right now as more and more people start piling into the banquet room here at the Crowne Plaza. Guy Reschenthaler, I have seen him. He is around. Tim Murphy, I have not, but we'll let you guys know when and if they get on stage and start talking. But guys, for right now, everybody just getting cozy in for a night of when the pools start closing and a night of the tallies coming in. Reporting live, I'm Ian Kist. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ian. We'll be sure to keep you up to date with all the happenings around the Crowne Plaza. But important note right now, there were some states that were just called. Hillary Clinton has won Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland and Washington, D.C. have all been called in her favor. She now leads 44-31 in electoral votes.
Yeah, that's huge for Clinton. She comes with a clean sweep of a lot of places that we thought that she was going to have. And, right now the big ones that we are keeping our eye on are Florida and New Hampshire. Both of those too close to call right now. A lot of the polls that closed at 8 p.m. are too close to call. But while we have a moment, we'll take a look across the aisle, so to speak, to the Democrats, where political correspondent Maria DeBone is at the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Watch Party in the south side of Pittsburgh. Maria, what do you have for us?
I'm Maria DeBone with RMU Century Media at PA's Democratic headquarters, where the excitement you can see in the room. People are filing in, looking to see who is going to win this presidential race. There are people everywhere looking to see. We're watching CNN to see the votes come in, and we're also looking to see if Katie McGinty will win the PA Senate vote for the party against her running mate, Pat Toomey, who is running for re-election. And I will be here all night giving you live coverage from PA's Democratic headquarters. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media.
Thank you, Maria. And another important break, Oklahoma was just announced in favor of Donald Trump. So that's another important one there. I mean, you see that even at the Democratic headquarters there, people were still filing in to watch. It's still very early.
Yeah, that's what this is all about. It's an exciting marathon, not a sprint. Throughout the night, we'll be getting a lot of important results throughout the night. And so 7 electoral votes go to Trump. As we said, it's 44-31 at the moment. And we're just getting started here.
It's a long road to 270. And you see North Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire, they've all been going back and forth right now. Important to note, all currently in favor of Hillary Clinton. And on that note, it's time for our first break. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, the polls have closed in several eastern states, and we'll have all the updates.
And we'll be getting a take on this year's election from the college Republicans and Democrats at Robert Morris here on SCJ's Election Night 2016. Stay tuned.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
80% call. Florida, 80% call. Oh, shit.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Definitely should have practiced this. All right, Florida. You said Florida 80%?
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Welcome back, everybody, to our live election coverage. Polls have closed in several states, so let's take a look at the early returns we have. Florida right now is the big one to talk about. They're currently at 80% right now, 80% reporting. And so if we take a closer look at that, then we have, right now we have it at 50-48. So that's still very close, but it's starting to get that margins bigger because 80% is reporting. And we get a wider look here. We're going to go towards Illinois. Looks like it has been called in favor of Hillary Clinton. And we look closer to there. That's, they said it's 100% there. But more in favor of Hillary Clinton. She's at 54 electoral votes. So we are getting there, as Morgan.
Yeah, that vote starts to tally for Hillary Clinton starts to go forward. Obviously, the 100% was not completely accurate when it comes to Hillary Clinton getting all of Illinois, but nonetheless, that 54-31, she starts to expand a little bit and pull back into the lead after Trump had an early 24-3 lead. But of course, as we said, very early. But we see Hillary Clinton taking a lot of states that we projected her to take, a lot of East Coast states, and Florida it's getting close.
Yep.
And if Hillary takes Florida, that makes a Trump presidency very, very unlikely.
And with the votes coming in here, we're hoping to see the state get called very soon, which will give us a feel for the race. If Donald Trump wins Florida, he is on pace. He needs to sweep the battleground states in order to secure himself a presidency. So this is very important here. And North Carolina. If we get to the end of the hour here and we see that Donald Trump has won both of those, then the Republicans are going to be very happy.
Yeah, you talk about states that are really a must. I mean, Florida is up there, so that's tough. But the Carolinas, Ohio, and a lot of those western states are really big keys in whether or not Trump will have any feasible route to getting himself into the White House.
Yep, and like you said, right now, everything that was supposed to go Trump's way has gone Trump's way. Everything that's supposed to go Hillary's way has gone her way. And we just, no real surprises yet. Trump also just got called for South Carolina. That's an important one to look at. And you're just going to start seeing those votes coming in.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while. We talked about early in the broadcast, we're going to talk about more later, how this was some of the highest voter turnout that we've seen in quite a while. Obviously, not all the numbers are in, but I have a feeling that this is going to be close to maybe, if not a record, in voter turnout because of how polarizing both of these candidates were. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how that factors in. I know here in the local area, just off of campus, there was up to a 60 to 90 minute wait just to get your vote in. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting to see how that all turns out. But we will now send it to another one of our field correspondents in Gage Golding, who had a chance to stop by some of the polls earlier today and collect reactions from several of the voters out there at the polls.
We're here at Moon High School in Moon Township, Pennsylvania, which is headquarters for Allegheny County Voting District 1, where students and community members from Robert Morris University will cast their vote in the 2016 presidential election.
I don't think the presidential race should ever be entertaining. I think that it's reached an all-time low. I am incredibly sad today. I don't know, it's very sad to me.
Who did you vote for?
Donald Trump. I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton.
Donald Trump. I'm going to have to get Hillary Clinton.
Who did you vote for today?
Donald Trump.
I looked a little bit into the third party, but he didn't really have a chance, and I thought Donald Trump still represented me better and my ideals. And just through the debates, it really just assured my vote.
I come from a Democratic family, and she makes a lot of good points, and I mean, she served this country well for over 30 years now, as has her husband.
Okay, so what do you say to the Trump supporters?
I'd like to say that I respect it, but no matter who wins, tomorrow let's just be Americans.
Now, everyone we talked to here at Moon Area High School was pretty excited to take part in such a monumental presidential election, especially the students from Robert Morris University. Reporting from Moon Area High School, Gage Golding.
And we are now in the studio with Tim Mersick of the College Republicans. Tim, thanks so much for joining us today.
No problem, Sam.
So, Tim, we're going to start off with an easy question here. With your role in student government here, in a student government organization, how do you feel is the role of college students getting involved into politics?
Well, Sam, I think that's actually very, very important. Too much, I think we talk about how this is our parents' generation or this is, the previous generation. This generation's ours, and I think part of keeping our republic is for everybody to be informed. And I think that college students need to kind of take ownership of this election and of future elections and really get involved with their political parties, learn what they believe, and identify with the party and identify with some candidates and get out and vote.
I think more so than the elections that we've seen recently, we've seen an emergence of third parties, not necessarily in the numbers as we're seeing tonight, but in the discussion and in the way that we look at the election. So what is your opinion of third parties specifically in this election?
In this election, Sam, I think third parties actually kind of failed us. I think with the candidates being so polarizing in Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, I think the third party could have really, especially the Libertarian Party and the Green Party, could have put out better candidates that better filled their ideologies. But I think that Gary Johnson doesn't really fit the Libertarian ticket. Jill Stein doesn't necessarily fit the Green Party's ticket. And I'd love to see more of them come onto the stage. A lot of people complain about the two-party system, but I really think in this election that they really just kind of dropped the ball.
Now, Tim, as a college Republican, you've seen a lot of divide within the actual Republican Party. Have you seen some divide within the college Republicans on people that don't necessarily support Donald Trump?
Not actually at this university, no. I actually was a senator. I supported Senator Cruz from the outset. I liked Senator Rubio. I liked Senator Paul and some of the other guys. Donald Trump was actually probably number 11 or 12 on my list of people that I would have liked to be our nominee. But I ended up backing him in the end, kind of trying to unify and just win a Republican election here. But in our club, actually, most of the kids were supporting Donald Trump, and which kind of surprised me. But I mean, it kind of gets with his majority. He kind of really connected with his voter base, and that kind of shows that.
Now, obviously, we're here on a college campus, in a college setting. Both of these candidates have talked about education reform and what they want to see done, specifically here at higher ed. What are your takes on both of the candidates, and what do you think Donald Trump offers that might be superior?
Well, I think that Hillary Clinton's plans for lower college tuition, even free college, as she's been hanging out with Bernie, as we all know, is just a bad plan all around. I think that whenever the government interferes with college tuition, it causes hyperinflation. It causes minimizing of universities' resources. It causes just so many different problems for colleges economically and, just at the regular interaction level. And I think that a lot of kids just don't realize they have options. They don't have to go to school, and they don't have to, and they can be more private. And I think that that's what Donald Trump's plan offers. His plan is kind of just to leave education up to the individual universities. And I think that that plan is the best approach, and to just keep the private sector the private sector.
Now that has to be very interesting, having that strong or that opinion about not having free tuition, where I'm sure many people on this college campus would say the opposite. So how do you respond to that? I'm sure you face a lot of criticism on campus.
Just generally from the Democrat Party in general, they say that 35 to 42% of millennials are Republicans or identify as Republicans or conservatives. So for me, I think it's actually, I just take it as a challenge. I take it as just an opportunity to hone my debating skills and to grow more firmly in my beliefs. And I honestly accept it. And I think that the more we get out there and the more we make our voice louder and heard, I think it's better for the discussion and just for bringing more people into our party and seeing things our way.
Now, you talked about how Donald Trump wasn't originally on your short list, so to speak, of candidates that you supported.
True.
What kind of adjustment period did it take getting used to him and getting used to endorsing him? And have you found that some of the things that he said and some of the things that have been released to the public, now granted, that's not necessarily the heart of the issues, that's not the heart of the campaign, but it's hard to ignore some of the things that he said.
Correct.
How do you take that in stride and still try and look past that into his policy?
Right. Well, I think that Governor Pence said it best when it came to the Trump tapes, that he was just outright and said there is no defense for them. And some of these scandals and some of the things that have been brought to light that Mr. Trump has done in his past. And I think that he's right. I think that there really is no defense for them. But I think that, like you mentioned earlier, there are bigger issues at stake here. And let's be honest, Hillary Clinton's no sweet smelling rose either. She has her history of scandals. I mean, from Benghazi to Whitewater to the Clinton Foundation and just all the things she's under investigation by the FBI. And just, I really think in this election, my adjustment period was more, let's gear it towards the issues. I want to see who I identify with, who I think is a better chance of passing my conservative and Republican agenda. And I think with Mr. Trump that he offers that better opportunity.
So I'm going to get one last question for you, Tim, and I'm going to ask about the Senate race, because that's something that here in PA is going to be very tight. And Pat Toomey came out and said that he was not going to support Donald Trump. I just want to hear your opinion on that move.
I really think it was a bad political move for Senator Toomey, and I voted for Senator Toomey earlier today as I really want to keep our Republican majority in the Senate. But I really think it has hurt Senator Toomey, the incumbent senator, because let's be honest, Pennsylvania hasn't gone red since 1988. And the reason that it could go red this election is because of Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is really connected with the working class in this state. And I think that Senator Toomey, in seeking re-election, has kind of tried to alienate himself from Mr. Trump. And I really think that's alienated his voter base as well, because I really think that he could really have some more voters who back Mr. Trump, and then if Senator Toomey would appear at a speech or something like that with him, they'd be introduced to him and they'd see that. So I really think it wasn't a good political move for him, but still hoping he wins.
Tim, thank you so much for coming in.
Very much,
we're going
Sam.
to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to go back to Malik Firestone for more in-depth social media updates. All coming up on SDJ Election Night 2016.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework. He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breezes, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to live election coverage brought to you by Robert Morris Society for Collegiate Journalists.
Now that we have had some time to really dig into the initial vote count, we can take a look and see that Florida is coming down to the wire. I mean, just so razor thin right now.
It's about 20 votes right now. That's incredible. And with still, it could go any way. It really is a battleground state. They were not kidding when they said this was going to be one that decided the election. And the big thing, once again, it goes back to voter turnout. So it's going to be which groups of people did get that turnout, because Hillary Clinton typically has the majority with the African-American voters, the minorities, and you have Donald Trump, who has the majority with more white and college-educated Americans.
Yeah, and then on the Senate race side of things, Marco Rubio taking the Senate back in Florida. Wasn't able to win it during the primaries for the Republicans, but is able to retain his seat in the Senate down in Florida. So with that in mind, we're going to check up now on all things social media with our social media correspondent, Malik Frierson, who's going to give us the full scoop on what's going out there on the web. What do you have for us, Malik?
Thank you, Vince. Well, as you can see, social media has returned, and it's with a vengeance. Election 2016, that hashtag is extremely popular. It is constantly being updated. So many tweets, I can't even keep up with it. Switching to the local side of things, Representative Tim Murphy has tweeted about mental health, a big staple of his platform. Always focus on mental health, that Tim Murphy. Katie McGinty continuing to promote her campaign with "Stay in Line," her slogan for her campaign. Senator Pat Toomey saying how he's proud of Pennsylvania's Jetty Farms and B. Braun over in Haiti. And let's switch over to Instagram, where we'll see what's going on Donald and Hillary's Instagram. Now, on Donald's Instagram, you'll see videos of a recent rally, videos, pictures of his family, trying to highlight, Trump's a family man. A great picture of Trump and his running mate Pence. Another great picture of Trump triumphantly holding his fist up. His Instagram's great with great shots of Trump, of course, making him look like a favorable candidate for president. Now, Hillary Clinton, of course, using pictures of herself with slogans, one of her most popular slogans, "I'm with her." Of course, her with Obama, using a picture of Obama on her Instagram to show that Obama supports her. Instagram, big part, great pictures that will make these candidates look much, much more favorable to them. Social media, of course, integral part of this election. Now let's go check over with Sam and Vince. What's going on at the desk?
Thank you, Malik. So we've spent most of the evening thus far examining the battle between Republican candidate Donald Trump and Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton. But we would be remiss, rather, if we did not mention the third-party candidates that have played a role in this election thus far. So I guess the question here is, Sam, what does a third party have to do, and we talked to Tim a little bit about this as well, to not only play a role in this election here tonight? I know there are some things up for grabs with the third party, but going forward even with the political landscape as it is right now.
Well, a perfect example, Vince, of what a third party candidate can do is with Evan McMullin in Utah. And he's someone who really took advantage of the fact that the people in Utah did not like Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. You know, Utah is a state that's very, very Republican typically, but with a 67% Mormon population, they didn't necessarily like Donald Trump's rhetoric on various religious groups. So Evan McMullin, who former CIA agent, was only a politician 3 months ago, comes in and he has a 12% chance to win Utah. And what that really says is, I mean, it says a lot about the two candidates that we have, but it also shows like that there can be another option for president.
And I think the thing that we have to keep our eye on tonight is if Gary Johnson is able to secure 5% of the popular vote, as it has been projected going into today, the Libertarian Party would indeed gain federal backing from the government, and that would be something that, you know, to see three parties in the mix, something we haven't seen in quite a while.
And three parties in the mix would be something that I think would be very interesting, because you look at what if you had Gary Johnson in those three presidential debates. Maybe you get more honest answers from both Clinton and Trump. Maybe you get a little bit more policy so we can maybe understand a little bit better. It's just stuff that would be able to provide a more honest election. I think that when you have one-on-one, you just see them attacking each other, and that's something that really doesn't help anyone. All that does is fuel the flame on social media. I mean, it gives Malik something to do, but I want more content. I want to hear about the issues.
No, I totally agree. And I think a lot of people's rebuttal was that, oh, Gary Johnson won't stack up. He'll be like Tim Kasich was towards the end in the primaries, where he was just sort of there, a lame duck, so to speak. But I don't believe that for a second. I think Gary Johnson showed that he had the charisma, he had the personality, he stood out a little bit. I think he could have contributed something to those debates, and I think he could have kept the other candidates honest. And when I look at Gary Johnson, I look at the third party, as someone myself that was very interested and followed this very closely throughout this election cycle, it's not so much about looking at it and saying, oh, Gary Johnson's the answer. He's the knight in shining white armor. He's a guy that gives me a chance to think outside the box, and I think voters need that, need to look at what their options are. And there's so many people, let's face it, Sam, in this election that looked at this and said, I don't want to vote for either of these candidates. I'm voting for the lesser two evils. I'm so dissatisfied. And there is so much dissatisfaction with these candidates. So I think showing that there are other options and showing that you don't have to vote for someone you don't want to vote for is something that I think is very real and very important for the American people.
The thing with Gary Johnson, though, that I did not like was he faltered towards the end of that campaign. You saw him when he couldn't even name any foreign leader. I mean, there's a lot of them. You really could have named any one of them. He couldn't name a single one. And the fact that the Libertarian Party, if that's the best other option, I mean, Libertarian Party, their big beliefs are that, you know, to limit the ability of the government and limit laws that are passed. Gary Johnson, in a lot of quotes, will tell you that if a law comes to his, comes in front of him as president, he'll sign it, but he's not going to push for a lot of laws. And so I think if you can come in and have another party that's maybe not, so far one way or the other, but in the middle, I think that would be a perfect third party, because Gary Johnson started off really strong. He had 10% and it was growing. And if you look at the timeline that we're going to show later in the show, you're going to see his decline from the GOP convention all the way up to where we are today.
I completely agree, and my exact words again are that it's an option for people. It's thinking outside of the box, but I agree that he just fell off at the end of this election.
Yep. And we're going to take a quick break. But first, while we are covering here live on RMU TV, you can also take a look at rmucenturymedia.com, where we'll be posting constant content, giving you up to date on what's going on alongside what we're doing here on RMU TV. So definitely want to take a look. There's some good stuff going on right now, and it will be throughout the night. Up next, we're going to take a look at the new developments as our map begins to fill, and we begin to get a better idea of who the next president of the United States will be, while we also go to our campus correspondent to see what the live reactions are here at Robert Morris University. All that and more on SCJ Election Night 2016.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfires.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
And we are back here with live election coverage brought to you by RMU Society for Collegiate Journalists. It has been a busy night so far, and we have some updates for you now as results have started to pour in. And the three we want to talk about are Florida, Texas, and Ohio. Florida, still very close, still very back and forth, but we're starting to see more results come in.
Yeah, it flipped over into Trump's favor once again as we look here on our map. It's dead even. You see down there at the bottom, Trump with about 19,000 in hand at the moment. Votes still pouring in. Gary Johnson with 2%, just under 200,000. Obviously not a non-factor. It's between Clinton and
Vince,
Trump
though,
at
that's
this point.
Something very interesting to talk about is Gary Johnson taking those votes away from Donald Trump. Johnson is typically more conservative and an option for people that don't want to support Trump. Also look at Texas here, which is the same way with a little bit more of an edge towards Donald Trump at 50% to 47% with Clinton. Once again, Johnson with that little 4%, but that once again most likely taking away from Donald Trump.
Yeah, I would think that in that state, in Texas, and you do have to look at it as sort of a state-by-state basis, but I think in that case, yes, you're seeing the votes taken away from Trump, but I don't see Texas being a state that Trump loses in the end.
Yeah, Texas is a state that we knew going in was going to be projected. Trump, I mean, once again, though, it is very close. That would be probably the surprise of the night so far if we saw Clinton take the lead in Texas.
By far. I mean, Texas, I can't even remember the last time Texas went blue. I mean, if it ever even did. I mean, Texas is one of those states that is so deeply rooted in its conservative roots that you're going to be hard-pressed to see any Democrat come in and sweep Texas out from underneath the GOP.
And Vince, the one that I really want to talk about that you and me were talking about a little bit before the commercial here is Ohio. And Clinton right now has the 51-45 lead, but you said that was how they projected it to start.
Yeah, the research that I did said that when it came to Ohio, you see here, Clinton does hold a lead right now, but I fully expect Trump to rally back in. You know, you've got those votes from inside Cleveland and other big-time, you know, metropolis areas and stuff like that. You're going to see the more rural parts of Ohio, which is a fairly big state and has, you know, up towards the top there, towards the Lake Erie part of it, down towards the bottom, trending towards more of the southern states. You'll see that, you know, these votes will start trickling in. I think that they will go to Donald Trump.
So I guess what we should tell our viewers is wait and see on Ohio. Now we're going to throw it to Adeline Burdine, who is on Robert Morris campus, to get us a perspective of what the students are saying about the night. Alan, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Natalie Cornish. Natalie, we talked before and you said that your absentee ballot didn't come in, but if it would have and you would have been able to vote, who do you think you would have voted for?
Yeah, unfortunately my absentee ballot never came in the mail, so I was unable to vote, but if I was voting tonight, I was planning on voting for Hillary.
And can you elaborate on why?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of her political views, and I know she's for making education a lot more affordable for students, and I think she'll make a very good president.
How good do you think her chances are tonight on winning the election?
I feel pretty confident. I think she has a good lead, so hopefully it comes out in her favor.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adeline, very much. We're glad to hear that things are going well down there. Taking a look at some of the Senate races that are going on right now, 34 of 100 seats up for election. And we have some races going on that are rather tight. Sam, you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, and right now, as it stands right now, the Democrats have a 40-37 lead in the Senate. The ones I want to look at are New Hampshire, which right now, with 9% reporting, Maggie Hassan leads over Republican Kelly Ayotte. That was something that typically was expected. There's a very strong party that does not typically support Kelly Ayotte in the state of New Hampshire. But once again, that's still very early, too close to call. That would be one that Hillary Clinton would really love to have with Maggie Hassan, who has been a very big Hillary Clinton supporter. And even in our state of Pennsylvania here, only 1% reporting, but Katie McGinty with an 82-17 lead. Once again, 1% reporting. That's 5,000 votes to 1,000 votes. So really does not mean anything. We're going to keep you updated as the night goes along with that. And another big one, Marco Rubio, Republican, won the Senate in Florida. That's another one that we just are going to keep going back to, and that was very significant for the state of Florida, for Marco Rubio and his future political career, and for the Republican Party.
Right. I mean, he's young enough. You never know if he might try and jump back into his position, trying to run for president once again. So the first big step in that is reclaiming that Senate seat.
Yeah, and as of right now, with the way things are going in the Senate, there is a 70% chance that the Republicans retain control of the Senate. So if you're looking at Donald Trump, who has the advantage right now, that's very big for him if he can come in with a Senate that is also controlled by the Republican Party. When we return after the break, we will examine the most recent returns, get a social media update, and get a feel for what is happening around Moon Township. Stay tuned.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it. There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework. He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his
I
backpack.
can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to SCJ's coverage of Election Night 2016. Let's take another look at our map as it stands, and we're going to start out with Pennsylvania right now and the recent numbers that are coming in here. And Vince, it looks like it's in favor of Hillary Clinton, but once again, these are the numbers that are just coming. This is the same thing that we saw with McGuinty in the Senate race. Really too early to say anything.
Right. You know, for the sake of comment, we will comment, but at this time, you know, nothing too substantial that we can hang our hat on at the moment. No declarations to be made, so to speak. Hillary Clinton obviously favored to take the Keystone Commonwealth, but that does not mean necessarily that she will. I thought Tim raised an interesting point earlier when we had him in here, that Trump did identify well with the working man. You saw a lot of those attack ads identifying that. That was a hard-hitting spot for Trump, trying to get people in Pennsylvania to vote for him. It'll be interesting to see if that tactic worked for him.
Yeah, Vince, and something that you can also see that starts with a lot of these states is a lot of Democrats voted early. In Nevada, Hillary Clinton was up 60,000 votes before even the ballots even opened today. So is this something that, you know, we could be seeing the same thing here? This is just the early vote count, and the Democrats got in there early.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how those early votes pan out as far as how well it holds up as opposed to who voted out there today. Again, just reiterating, record voter counts today, I believe we will see. I believe that, you know, from here, everything that I've heard, everything that I've seen across the nation is that people were out in drones, that these polarizing candidates brought out so many voters that hopefully, you know, if nothing else, based on how discontented some people are with these candidates, it gets people politically aware going forward in the next elections.
All right, and on that, we're going to take a toss to social media correspondent Malik Firestone with more of what's happening in social media. Malik, anything interesting?
Thank you, Sam. There's tons interesting on here. Social media is going to get rather heartfelt today, people, as Senator Tim Kaine and Donald Trump just made rather moving tweets, whether it's Senator Tim Kaine tweeting about his little girl and how he hopes she doesn't have to worry about how she's not going to have to worry about being president, or Donald Trump retweeting the support he got from his daughter Ivanka. We're going to go over to Instagram, where we're going to check under the hashtag #IVoted, and how have the people actually been sporting creatively their I Vote stickers. Of course, many people loving the fact that they are voting, that this is probably the highest voter turnout of all of reporting. Many people sporting the I Vote stickers. Great. Let's check under the hashtag Make America Great Again, where we see many Trump supporters, sporting the hashtag, using their pictures to voice their support of Trump. Under hashtag Hillary Clinton 2016, of course, many memes, many memes against Donald, many memes for Donald, many memes against Hillary. It's just lots going on Instagram in terms of the hashtag. But what's going on at the desk with Sam and Vince?
Blake, you never stop to make it interesting for us. I love it. But we're here with Dr. Anthony Moretti, a professor here at Robert Morris University. Thank you so much for joining us today.
The thanks go to you guys. You have done, and I'm talking about all of you that are here tonight and the folks that are out doing the hits around campus and around town. This is, I've been watching upstairs, and you're all my kids, so to speak. And I am one proud dad rolling around right now, so it's good. It's very good.
Well, thank you for letting us stay up past our bedtime then.
Well, I didn't say you. Well, you guys, your bedtime ends at 10. We put a new crew in here at 10 o'clock, all right?
Believe me, I'll be more than ready.
I'll be here till the end of the election. I won't be able to sleep until I know who's going to win.
No, and tomorrow morning, all of us that are involved in this are going to have that sort of dragging look, with the difference being that I'm about double most of your ages, and so I'll really be dragging, all right? Not going to be good.
And then we'd be remiss, but we're getting ready for the questions, but we didn't wish you a happy birthday as
well. Thank you. I'm 25 again.
Congratulations.
Moving right along.
All right, so we'll start with the questions then. I guess I'll lead us off. I noticed that you have your I voted sticker, and I'm sure it's something that you've been sporting since you voted today. So what have you been doing to encourage your students to go out and vote?
Well, my message to them, whether it's in class, talking to them in the cafes or anything like that, is I don't care how you vote. That's your business. I just care that you vote. Because my feeling is it's a little bit like practicing for something. The more you do it, the more familiar it becomes to you, the more comfortable you feel doing it. And if you've played a sport, if you've been in a band, anything like that, the more repetition, the more comfort you get, the more you expect it day upon day upon day. And so, my feeling is that, again, your vote, your party, your ideas, your ideology, your business. But if you are comfortable with the idea of voting young, you're going to continue voting as you get older.
Talk about your role on campus here at Robert Morris University and how you're able to use that role on campus to have not necessarily political influence on what your ideology is, but necessarily creating activism and awareness out of your students.
Well, I'm fortunate to wear two hats. One is that faculty hat. And, you've had me in more than one class. Hopefully that's been a good thing. And that I'm constantly challenging a student to not just tell me what you think or what you believe or why you wrote this or whatever the case might be, but tell me why. Because the more that somebody digs into why something matters, why that word mattered, why that sentence mattered, etc., the more, again, they begin to assess who they are, what motivates them, etc. And then in my other role, I'm the director of our Center for Innovative Teaching and Directed Engaged Learning. And certainly with the student engagement transcript, that's where I can really see that intense activism that so many students have. And again, what's fun for me is seeing things like, for example, the voter registration drive that we did on campus. We ended up with about 200 or so students who had either not registered before or who wanted to transfer their registration to Western Pennsylvania, and in some cases to Pennsylvania. So, all those things really excite me because they suggest that your generation, which will be in charge before you know it, is ready to accept those challenges.
And that's something that is very exciting for me as a student. I'm going to give you a chance to brag about some of those students because you talked about leading student engagement. What are some of the most innovative and interesting things you've seen during this election time of students getting involved?
Well, the folks who are involved in the Republican Party sent me an email about 6 or so weeks ago, and they said, can we use the lab or the workspace that is adjacent to your office for a series of our meetings? I was like, yeah, absolutely, go ahead and do it. The students who are involved in registrations or registration drive. I drove by campus yesterday, and hanging out of some student's bedroom or window to his or her dorm was a large Trump and Pence sign. I love that stuff, because again, that suggests to me an involvement and interest and excitement. Those are the things I'm looking for. Some of the other things that I've seen on campus, I know the Women's Leadership and Mentorship Program is doing a sort of a watch party on campus tonight. You had a representative from the College Republicans here a little while ago. All those things suggest to me that, this campus of roughly 5,500 students, not every one of them is going to get involved, that's obvious, but we've got a fair number who are involved and who really want to make 2016 either their first step or their next step on their civic engagement journey.
And so I guess we'll wrap with this then. would you consider Robert Morris, and I know you personally, obviously, and you've taught at other universities and you've been around the country, would you consider Robert Morris to stack up in terms of political awareness?
Quietly it does. And what I mean by that is, and I think part of it is, when you're not smack dab in the middle of the city, sometimes that sort of enthusiasm and energy that builds from being in the middle of the city may not necessarily be there. But I think if you look at this place, you find a student body that to some extent doesn't call attention to itself, but gets a lot of things done. And I think that's a really powerful message, and I think that's also very commendable for students. You know, ours, as you guys know, your generation is one that it's sort of instantaneous this. I want to Snapchat this and Vine this and all those other sorts of things.
Not Vine anymore.
No, that's right. I guess you can't Vine anymore as of, what, last Sunday or whatever it was? So, you know, the reality is, quietly, a lot of students get things done here, and for someone in my position, that's awfully good to see.
All right, and you know, we actually have time for one more question.
All right.
So I want to ask you a little bit about journalism and how you think the evolving world of journalism is going to change because of this election, especially with Trump saying all these things about the media being, you know, biased and corrupt.
We go off the air at midnight. You want me to fill the remaining 3 hours with that answer? I mean, I chapter and verse on that one, but I won't. You know, the folks up at the control room are like, what have we just done, right? We've turned Moretti loose. No, I think what you're looking at is, in much the same way that both of these parties, and especially the party that loses tonight, is going to have to critically reassess where it stands. I think the media also needs to reassess where it stands. We know about the legacy media, the Times, the New York Times, the ABC News, that sort of thing. We know fewer people are reading the newspaper, fewer people are watching the evening network news programs. That's okay if they're getting serious media information from somewhere else. We don't see that. And from the position that I hold, that's what concerns me. So my hope is that as the media, and really the public as well, reassesses what it wants in the coming years, or in the next political cycle, that it will make a decision to either say substantive news matters, or we're just going to keep going on as we are.
Dr. Moretti, thank you so much.
Yep. Good
And when
to
we
see you
come
guys.
back, we have an interview with Guy Reschenfelder. Our own Ian Kist sits down with the senator, or the candidate, and the Republican headquarters. So stay tuned for that. More exciting news coming up on SCJ Election Night 2016.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfires.
And we are back once again here on SCJ Election Night 2016. And we're going to take a step back from the presidential election to take a look at the local election. So, Vince, what do we have so far when it comes to the local election?
Local elections, well, let's take a look. As we said, votes starting to pour in a little bit more. It's unconfirmed, but we said that Katie McGinty was leading. It's gone back and forth a little bit here and there. At the last update, we did see that she was leading. I'm currently looking through at some of those other races. A lot of people that we expected to win are winning. But again, when we're talking about Pennsylvania, guys, only 2% of the vote in thus far.
And it is starting to even out a little bit, which is something that is very important to emphasize to our viewers, that this is not going to be a wide open race for Katie McGinty. You're going to see Pat Toomey coming back. I think something very interesting to talk about was Pat Toomey's tactic of being a little bit more center than he typically is. He tried to, his big reform that he was pushing was for stricter background checks on guns, which is something that really did not make a lot of people on the far right very happy. So the debate is whether that helped him enough in the center, or if he lost too many votes on the far right that it's going to cost him that election.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, he is the incumbent. He knows what to do in these situations. This is not the first go-around for Toomey. Delving a little bit more into the numbers right now, McGinty with just under 51,000 votes, and then underneath we have Toomey, as we said, with about 20,000 votes, and then Edward Clifford with 2%. He has about 1,600 votes.
And at the end of our 8 o'clock hour here, we are going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, once again, we have our very own political correspondent, Ian Kiss, sitting down with Guy Reschenthalder. That's very exciting. That and so much more coming up on SCJ Election Night 2016.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 70 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night 2016, and like we promised, we have our very own Ian Kiss sitting down to interview with Guy Reschenthalder. We're going to go to that right now.
I am now standing with Pennsylvania Senator Guy Reschenthalder, one of the hosts of tonight's watch party here at the Crown Plaza, Pittsburgh South. Mr. Senator, how's the night going so far?
It's going incredible. I was working all day at the polls since about 8 o'clock, and I'm just outstanding support and outstanding energy levels, frankly, from both sides.
Okay. What's your goal for tonight?
For tonight, I just want to make sure that, one, I win re-election. I want to serve the full 4-year terms of the Senate seat. So that's my main goal, and I'm also pulling for some other candidates, such as Pat Toomey.
What was your main platform, especially at the polls today? How are you targeting voters?
Right. Well, my message is one of reform. I want to make sure we reform the pension system, the liquor stores, two of the big ones. And I had a big push for truancy reform to keep kids in schools, and judicial reform. And voters really like that. They like the idea of reform. They like a fresh face, a new voice in Harrisburg.
And what do you like, if Pat Toomey would win, how would you work with him to make your goals kind of go hand in hand?
Absolutely. So I work with actually Senator Toomey and Congressman Murphy quite a bit, particularly on the opioid crisis. The work on that goes hand in hand federally and state. It's a national problem, so we need to attack it from the federal and the state level. So that's just one of the areas.
Now, as the polls start closing, I know Pennsylvania closes at 8 o'clock, and the votes get tallied, what are you keeping your eye on?
My race, first and foremost. I'm also keeping my eye on the Rafferty-Shapiro race for Attorney General. That's a very important race I'm keeping my eye on. And, of course, the Pat Toomey race. That's going to be very close, and we need Pat Toomey to win. We need him to have another 6 years in the U.S. Senate.
Thank you for taking time out of your event to speak with me, and good luck the rest of the night.
Thanks, Ian.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Ian. And now that we got a little bit of an idea of the local elections here, we're going to go back once again to the presidential race. Here at our map, we're going to first take a look at Florida. All right, and as that race continues to get closer and closer, and as the percentages begin to, as we get to almost 100% reporting, you see Donald Trump has the 50 to 48% lead. He's starting to pull away. And Vince, this is big for candidate Trump.
It is. It is very, very big. A lot of people coming in today thought that Hillary Clinton would just barely eke by in Florida, but we knew that this was going to be tight. It seems like every time we have an election since the turn of the millennium, we've said it's really going to come down to Florida. I think this election, no different. Whoever takes this probably is in the driver's seat.
Not only Florida, though, has been one that's been in control, but Ohio. And typically, whoever wins the state of Ohio has won the election. The only time that hasn't been true was in 1960 with John F. Kennedy. And right now, that one now is even tighter than the one with Donald Trump. But it's like you said earlier, the results are starting to trend towards Donald Trump. So does this mean that Hillary Clinton can hold on, or is this where Trump surges ahead?
It's going to be interesting to see. A lot of people thought that Ohio would lean conservatively. We know John Kasich, being from Ohio, he was in contention for the GOP. It's a right-leaning state, but it'll be interesting. You know, as we said, these two candidates are so polarizing and have so much going on behind the scenes that really the reasons that everyone is voting this year are so much different than we've seen in the past. It's less about policy, and it seems more personal this time around. So it's going to be really interesting to see why people are voting the way they're voting and what their votes say.
And Vince, you made a very good point about John Kasich. That was the only state that he won in the GOP primaries. I'd be very interested to see how many people wrote his name in. I know personally that I have family in Ohio that they all were writing in John Kasich. They love him there. Is that something that maybe we could, I guess, see something later? Maybe you see have a percentage that John Kasich gets. Would that be very interesting to see? Would that take away from Trump? Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it definitely would take away from Trump more than it would Hillary. Though Kasich is more moderate than probably either of the two candidates,
yes,
he is still a Republican, still leans towards the right, and it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see if we can dig up some numbers on that later in the show.
And we're going to keep you updated with everything going on with the map, especially Florida, Ohio, as the results come in. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we have so much more coming for you at SCJ Election Night, so stay tuned.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his
I
backpack.
can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Welcome back to SCJ's Election Night Coverage 2016. We're going to very quickly throw it out to the Democratic headquarters here in Pennsylvania, where we have Maria DeBone with an RMU alum, Dave Tusick.
It's all right. We'll go with the flow.
red leaning dip counties where the vote is very high.
We have another key race alert right now.
Oh, are we?
I'm Maria DeBone with RMU Century Media, and I'm here to interview a fellow RMU alumni, David Tusick. So, David, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
So, what's your reason for voting for Hillary?
Well, for me, it was pretty straightforward. I don't feel we've ever had a more qualified candidate. And also, I was very much a fan of her message of inclusion and it's sort of extending the Obama legacy.
And what would you like to see made if Hillary is made president?
I think like everything in politics, it does come back to jobs and the economy. And right now, one of the biggest problems, I think, with our current economy is we need to continue to address the healthcare issues and learn how we can make them. I mean, the premiums go up way too much every year, so we can reduce that increase every year. That would be extremely helpful.
And what would you like to see her say in her acceptance speech to unite the country?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be hard, right? I don't know if she's going to be able to say any one thing, right? It's going to be, hopefully she wins, right? That's what we're hoping here. I'm obviously a Democrat, but when she wins, I think it's going to be a long process. I don't think everyone's immediately going to be able to accept it, but I do think in time, and by the time she actually does enter office, that the country will come around and support our presidency. So I don't have a single phrase for her. I just think a lot of media and showing her face over and over again as Madam President will be helpful.
Well, thank you, David.
Yep.
And I will be giving you live coverage throughout the night continuing. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think, Sam, that the most overshadowed storyline, as he talked about Clinton a little bit there, is the future of the Republican Party due to this election between Trump and Clinton. And I will tell you why. The GOP had every opportunity over the past 4 years to regroup and seize control of the White House handily, and seemingly went the other direction. I say this because there isn't this overriding feeling across the nation of adoration or even excitement about a potential Hillary Clinton presidency. I honestly think that any polished, experienced candidate such as Mitt Romney or even Kasich, who we talked about, takes this election from Clinton and puts the GOP back in the White House for the first time in 8 years. But now the future of the party is divisive and uncertain. So, Sam, just kind of spitballing and talking a little bit about this off you, where does the Republican Party go from here? I have some thoughts on it, but I really want to hear what you have to say.
Well, Vince, a lot of it comes from supporting just one candidate. And I mean, it started back in the primaries when they had 17, 18 people up there. I mean, they couldn't have everyone at the debates. They had to have two separate debates because they had so many candidates. And because of that, you saw some really good candidates, I think, in a Jeb Bush or a John Kasich or even a Chris Christie that got overshadowed very early because they divided so much of the vote. I think an important thing is if the Republicans want a candidate that truly supports their party and really represents the people that support their party, they need to find someone to get behind. And whether that's a John Kasich, someone I really think could have a really bright future, is Paul Ryan. And you're going to see him even after this election, is going to be someone who continues to make a name for himself. So, 2020, he might be someone you want to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, we look at it right now. There's still so much to be decided, but 123-97, Trump is up at the moment. Taking a look, he still has a razor-thin lead in Florida as more of the votes continue to pour in. So let's just say, hypothetically, Trump makes it into the White House. Let's say he is the president. I think what's really interesting is how does the Republican Party attack 4 years from now? Whether do you endorse him again for president based on what he's done? Obviously a lot of variables there. Or do you go with someone like Paul Ryan, very respected, a Speaker of the House, a polished politician who ran on the VP ticket for Mitt Romney? It's very, very interesting, and I think it's definitely the most overshadowed and intriguing storyline going forward in this election, and going to be something that we talk about after the election once all the dust settles, regardless of who punches their ticket into the White House.
That's definitely something that we need to think about as a country, as a Republican Party. That's why you see people like Paul Ryan who pulled their support. Do you really want Trump to win this election? Do you want him to be the guy that you have to support not only for the next 4 years, but then after that when he's going for re-election? Is he someone that you want representing the party? If he wins, does that spell the end of the Republican Party? Because they may continue to be divided. Because I don't know. I mean, Paul Ryan can't go from supporting Donald Trump to not supporting Donald Trump to going back to him just because he won. That's going to look bad at him. That's going to look bad for the party. So if I were some of these Republican candidates and I was hoping for a better future of the Republican Party, I'd almost be rooting for Donald Trump to lose. And that's just something that's very interesting.
Well said.
But we're going to go to break right now. Coming up next on SCJ Election Night, we take a look at how this race is faring for Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. And we talk a little bit more about the FBI reports that have plagued the Clinton campaign for the last 2 weeks. So stay with us on SCJ Election Night 2016.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Hi, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night 2016. We are back here at our election map as it starts to slowly fill in. And Vince, we're starting to see some of those states that we expected to fill in: Nebraska, Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, all going to Trump. Not a surprise. But the one we do want to talk about first is go to Texas, get a little update on how that's going along. So let's take a look at that on the map right now.
Yeah, a little more color on the map, so to speak, as we focus in here now on Texas. As I said, didn't expect anything but it to go red. It has gone red. It has been called. Donald Trump takes Texas. At the last break, we talked about it's 123-97 right now. And we talked about, at this point, thus far, nothing really shaping up how unexpectedly. But nonetheless, you know, these things do have to fall into place in accordance for these candidates, you know, to get forward to where they want to be. We haven't really gotten into those close, you know, border states yet, or those, you know, Yeah.
But if you're Donald Trump, you have to love getting Texas. And, you know, it's a state you expected, but it is 38 electoral votes. That is huge in getting towards your total, and even just having that lead right now has to make you feel
and
good.
Exactly. It's like I said, I mean, while the focus is on those states that are sort of a toss-up right now, I mean, the prerequisite is you got to get the ones that you're expected to get. And so no matter what, it is a sigh of relief. And it's always great to put 38 up on the board just like that in a state that is, you know, mammoth when it comes to, you know, the election overall. You talk about states that carry so many votes: New York, California, Texas. But let's look at Virginia now, as we step aside here.
Another state that was projected to lean in favor of Donald Trump. Trump currently, right now, once again, all these states, Vince, very close, very back and forth. A lot of these too close to call. Virginia's a little bit smaller, but you can't take away its significance, especially for Donald Trump, who didn't have as many states projected to go his way.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting. We've talked about the mindset of the voter coming into this election, and how we've seen some voters who are traditionally red vote blue. Some traditional blue voters vote red. I don't know if Eddie Sheehy or Delaney Hassel, our talented crew that comes in at 10 o'clock, will talk about that more. But it's certainly something that we should touch upon, that people are voting across party lines when you don't normally see that happening. So while we can make these projections and things like that, I think this election, more so than a lot of them, we could see some really crazy things happen.
Yeah, and it's a race that we came in and you said it was a 71% chance that Hillary Clinton was going to win. But if you look at our map behind us right now, it's very red.
Yeah.
And once again, it's those middle states. There's still the entire West Coast, a lot of which was very blue. But is that something that we should be surprised at right now? Should we be thinking in our heads, hey, maybe Donald Trump is favored to win this right now?
Well, you certainly can't count him out. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that people had to go out and make the votes happen and stuff like that. I mean, it could happen. We'll see, going forward what happens. But, that's kind of the excitement and the fun of, a nation where we get to decide this sort of thing. His early lead doesn't necessarily mean that he's favored to win the election. Yeah. I would still believe that Clinton, based off of the work and her resume up to this point, kind of puts her in a position where I feel she not only deserves, but sort of with the projections, looks like she is the favored candidate still at this moment. But we will see, what happens as we continue to, move forward tonight and see a little more color move in on this map here behind us.
Yeah, and speaking of color, let's see some pictures, a little bit, something more interesting on social media. Go back to our social media correspondent, Malik Frierson. Malik, has there been anything new that is happening that you want us to see?
Well, Sam, there's been kind of new things, but it's been all right. I want to start focusing on our third-party candidates, Jill Stein of the Green Party and Gary Johnson of the Libertarians. Now, Jill Stein's keeping up a moderate Twitter pace with her last tweet being a minute ago, and the tweet before that 16 minutes ago. She's tweeting, quotes and pictures of famous civil rights leader Martin Luther King, of course, trying to ramp up some votes for the Green Party. She's, of course, promoting her own live stream of the election night, hoping to gain that Green Party votes. Gary Johnson, not so frequent. He is tweeting about his current viewing gathering, to see the election. Both of them still have their supporters, both of them hoping to gain, the support needed to win that votes they need to continue on. Now let's go over to Instagram, where I want to explore a famous quote that Donald Trump has used much, and that is, "Make America Great Again." Many pictures under this hashtag. We see memes supporting Donald Trump, a nice picture of the Trump children right there. There's many selfies supporting Donald Trump. It's just so much Trump support going on. Trump love. Let's go over to the hashtag I'm with her, a favorite line of Hillary used during her campaign. As we see, there's many Hillary pictures supporting Hillary, like many pro-Hillary selfies, people giving their support, saying how they voted for Hillary. Great stuff going on. Nice maps, people saying how their view of the election night, what they think is going on. Many pro-Hillary supporters. Let's hop over to Twitter, where we're going to see where what's soon-to-be former President Barack Obama tweeting about the situation. We're going to go over now and just find out. And as you can see, Barack Obama is, of course, tweeting about Obamacare, trying to still defend that. And then I think we're going to just throw it over to Sam and Vince. What's going on over there?
Malik, I really hope to see your own election night selfie later in the show. But right now, we're going to talk about Hillary Clinton. And the biggest fallback for all of those who've been against Hillary Clinton, the Hillary Clinton presidency, has been the email scandal, which has plagued the entire election season for her, highlighted most recently by the vaguely worded letter from FBI Director James Comey discussing a special investigation about new emails found that were previously not known about. 2 days ago, Clinton was again cleared of all charges, but with this news coming so close to the election day and many casting their ballots early, was the Clinton exoneration a little too late?
That's an interesting question. And it's something that I think is I'm glad that we're talking about it. I'm glad that we brought it up. I think yes and no. I think a lot of people's minds were made up before this had come down, and even before this even got reopened. I think it kind of just added fuel to the fire for the people that weren't voting for her, and the people that already were voting for her was just sort of another, they probably looked at it as an attempt to try and take down and slander the candidate. I mean, there's so much that goes on in an election, and there's so much mudslinging back and forth that I feel like towards the end, this last little bit of the investigation, this last occurrence rather, kind of was overshadowed and kind of muddled up in everything else that was going on. So no, Sam, I don't think that it really impacted it as much as we might think it has.
And see, Vince, I actually would disagree with that. And I think she's very lucky that she got cleared 2 days ago, because if you look at 538 and the trends that they have over time of Hillary's win probability, they were at their highest point at about 86% before these new reports came out from the FBI director, and they dropped all the way down to as low as 66%, where really you're getting to the point where it was trending towards where it was going to be almost 50-50. She went back up to 71% after it got cleared as her win probability, where we see it now. But you can see that did hurt her, and where it hurt her was in those swing states, in North Carolina, in Florida, in New Hampshire, in Ohio. And as you can see right now, all of those are trending towards Donald Trump. And so, and once again, we still have a long ways to go, but it could have hurt her, and we'll only find out once at the end of this election.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think that this is just, compounding off of many other things we've seen out of Clinton throughout this campaign that she's run. We've seen so many questions about the Clinton Foundation, about drone usage, about Benghazi over the time, even before she thought about running for president, now to the time that she has started to and now is on the precipice of potentially becoming our president here in the United States of America, the president-elect rather. But I could see what you're saying there, and I think that it's a very well-made point. But again, I think that this late in the election cycle, with all things that have already been taken into account, I don't know that it impacted the votes quite as much. I think what we're seeing with these numbers is, as I've said before, we have two very polarizing candidates. We have people, that are voting against possible projections, people who've been registered with one party for probably even decades, who are changing and voting across party lines because they just can't fathom the thought of that other candidate getting into office.
And Vince, you're 100% right. There's so many other factors going on, and I think it is important, though, that we've touched so much so far on what Donald Trump has been doing and what he's, all the scandals that surround him. And it's good that we take a look and see that both these candidates have their clear flaws and their problems. And is that something that, which one should we be more concerned about? And that's the question
certainly.
People have to decide.
Certainly. I think a lot of people are seeing both.
Yeah. And so we are going to cut to break here, but when we return, we get a look at the tight Senate race in Pennsylvania as it gets tighter to find out whether Pat Toomey or Kate McGinty are beginning to break away, or if this one is going to be in a dead heat. So stay tuned and don't go away from SCJ Election Night 2016.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework. He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
And we welcome you back to SCJ Election Night 2016, and we're going to come with this block with a Senate update all throughout the country. As of right now, it is deadlocked at 42-42 at the overall seats in the Senate right now. The big races that are still going on to talk about are North Carolina with 41% reporting. Currently, Richard Burr is up with 50% of the votes to 47% from Deborah Ross. In New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte has jumped into a 1% lead over Maggie Hassan, though that is only 1,000 votes with 20% reporting. And in Pennsylvania, the race continues to get tighter as McGuinty holds a 66-34 lead over Pat Toomey, but that's still a significant amount. It's 200,000 votes, and Vince, he's going to need to make that up fast as the numbers keep coming in.
Yeah, if he wants to keep a seat, he's going to have to make those votes up before the end of the night, obviously, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that pans out. But again, we don't have a lot of numbers in. It's very early for a lot of these races, but you know, we see a graphic here in front of us where things sort of fall at the moment.
And it's 12%, Vince. That's the number that's in right now, 12%. And we saw that in Ohio when 12% was in. Was Clinton had a 6% lead, and that's gone now. It's, you know, straight deadlock, and you just have to hope that once again it's another situation where a lot of Democratic voters came into the polls earlier. They voted early on their absentee ballots, and that's what we're seeing right now.
And you really have to look closely, and I don't have it right in front of me, but what votes have been counted from what parts of the state? You know, especially when you look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh, it's Philadelphia, and then right in the middle you got Harrisburg a little bit, and those are highly blue areas right in those cities. But outside of that, you see Pennsylvania is a lot of farms, very conservative, very rural, and a lot of those votes might not be counted just yet, or inversely, you know, they might be counting a lot of the city votes. That's unlikely, seeing as McGuinty's out in front, and, you know, as I said, most of those regions are blue. So I surmise that at this moment, we're seeing a lot of those rural areas not having their votes counted just yet, rather.
And something interesting to keep an eye on is they said that the voter turnout in Western PA, in the Pittsburgh area, was very high this year, but in the Philadelphia area, as of this afternoon, was lower than they expected. And that's an area that they were hoping is a little bit more Republican than Pittsburgh, somewhere that was going to help out Pat Toomey, somewhere that was going to help out Donald Trump. And if they don't get the turnout like they expected, that could be really huge for the Democratic Party in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do we talk about that? It's getting people out to the polls, and that's why people don't realize, you know, we talk about the presidential race so much, and that is the big emphasis of tonight. But long story short, it's these races right here that are the reason that everybody has to get out and vote.
Yep. And the big thing that maybe put it over the edge for McGuinty was her support from Hillary Clinton, because she endorsed Hillary Clinton. Pat Toomey did not get that support from Donald Trump because he chose not to.
True.
But we will wait and see as it gets closer. We are going to toss you now to the Democratic headquarters, the RMU campus with Adeline Burdine, as she sits down with Megan DeArmond of the Watch Party organizer, and she's going to give us a little bit of the mood going on there. What do you have?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Megan DeArmond, who actually organized this watch party. Megan, has this party met your expectations so far?
Yeah, so I actually didn't have many expectations. I was just hoping people would come, watch. Whoever wanted to come could. We had free pizza, just hanging out, watching the results come in. I'm glad with the turnout. I think a lot of people are having a good time hanging out, so yeah.
How do you feel so far about the numbers that have come in and what's going on with the election so far?
So there's a lot of crowd reaction, which is pretty funny to hear. We've got Republicans and Democrats. I think the numbers are interesting because they're still coming in, only like eastern side of the country, but I'm excited to see what happens the rest of the night.
Yeah, how do you think the rest of the night's going to turn out?
I honestly have no idea. We'll see. I mean, everybody has their hopes and dreams, but we'll see. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Adeline. And when we come back from the break, we're going to give another map update. So stay with us as the results continue to come in on SCJ Election Night 2016.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
It's the Democratic Committee. I'm like, which one?
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Hi, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night. We're back here at our map, and as you can see, it's starting to fill in more and more, and we have, once again, those middle red states, but something we want to keep everyone updated on is Florida. Florida right now is at 49% to 47% in favor of Donald Trump. And Vince, what does this mean?
What does this mean? It means that Florida means a lot more than a nice place to visit in November when you live in Pennsylvania, that's for sure. But it means that this is continuing to stay relatively close, and it's staying, within reach for Hillary, and it's going to come down to the wire. It might be one of those instances where it gets called a lot later than we think, and the whole race as we know it might get called a lot later than we think. I know a lot of us prepping for this tonight thought, okay, Obama around 11:15-ish was called the president. We might not see it that early tonight. We might have an extended period of time tonight or even into tomorrow where we're still holding our breath.
Well, and is this going to be one of those rare cases where we see something happening with where it's a split, where we don't get a winner tonight? Is that something that we have to keep an eye out for? Because if it keeps being close like this, is there any chance? I mean, right now the road looks pretty good for Hillary Clinton, but there is always that possibility.
Right. Her path has not been disrupted. And so, it's going to continue to come down to those battleground states, and that'll be interesting. But no, at this time, I don't think there's a high chance of it. But as we said, this election offers us so much that we have not seen before that you kind of have to account for everything.
Yeah, and another battleground state to mention is Ohio. with 51% in favor of Donald Trump. So the trend continues to go upwards. We see Donald Trump taking control of another battleground state.
Yeah, and that's falling in line with exactly as I said. I thought it would start out high with Hillary because of some of those blue areas, and then as more of the votes started to matriculate in, just as I think it is doing in Pennsylvania with the Senate race, it's doing in Ohio. Now those red votes are actually getting counted. They're coming in. So while that seemed a bit of a big margin at the beginning, it was quickly undercut by the votes that are coming in from other parts of the state. And I think that is starting to paint more of a true picture of what Ohio is going to turn out as.
And that's something that we are going to definitely have to keep a closer eye on. Those two battleground states right now are the ones that we have to be talking about. North Carolina, another one of those very important states. New Hampshire. New Hampshire's been in control of Hillary Clinton, but North Carolina is going more in favor of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this election is states that you're not used to, you know, being in the limelight are states that we have to really keep our eye on. And that's another reason why I think that this will be a little painstakingly slower than usual. It's you know, you got to wait for the best things. And, you know, this has been one of the most tightly contested elections that we've seen in quite a while. And I think because of that, we're going to have to hold our breath just a little bit longer tonight.
And, you know, that's really great for us. You know, you keep watching us, you keep staying on the air with us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm disappointed I'm going off at 10 o'clock.
Me too.
And I'm disappointed right now, but, you know, we're going to throw it to Malik Frierson. He's got some really great stuff for us on the social media board over there.
And we do have some great stuff over here. Thank you very much, Sam. I want to focus on two names today, Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. Not really keeping up the big presence you think Bill would. His last tweet was over a day ago about Janet Reno. You would think Bill would be tweeting more, you know, supporting his wife, you know, during the election. He has tweeted about places he's visited on the campaign trail to support Hillary's election. Over to Joe Biden, we see he is like pushing for people to go vote, go to the polls, go cast their vote for America, and that's like giving support for Hillary and all that good stuff. Of course, posting pictures of Obama, great events happening, tweeting about vice presidency and all that good stuff. On President Obama's official President Twitter, Obama's tweeting about going to vote, ballot. If you want, Obama is saying a very powerful message that if you want to give him a great send-off, go vote and go vote for Hillary. Over on Instagram, Trump 2016 is, of course, still pretty much the same. We're going to head over to Hillary's official Instagram, where, again, nothing's really changed. All still pretty much the same, not really updated. Again, they're probably rather busy. Trump also still the same with the video from the Pennsylvania rally. Heading back over to Twitter, we see the hashtag I'm with her has picked up much steam since last we checked with it. It actually looks like it's keeping up with the other hashtag Make America Great Again. Again, I'm with her is a very favored line from Hillary Clinton that, of course, is used all across her campaign. That's all for social media for now. What's going on back at the desk with Sam and Vince?
Well, Malik, you're doing a great job over there keeping up with everything that's going on there. My head would explode with all that social media. But right now, we're going to look at a very interesting full-screen graphic that we have, which kind of shows where the election has trended all the way from July.
Yeah, I mean, you look through this and, you know, very colorful election that we've experienced and all the different things that have been thrown out there and the different videos, scandals. It's truly been so much more than an election to where people are looking at it now as almost reality television. You see even down at the bottom, it was, you know, Gary Johnson polling up. There were some people who said that his numbers were even up to 12% at different times. So very interesting to see how the numbers changed over time. He fell off, those numbers compensating the other two parties, picking that up a little bit. And you look at when Gary Johnson fell, Donald Trump rose. So that's a thing to look at tonight. If Gary Johnson does spike through in certain states, it's probably going to be Trump who's seeing numbers taken away from him.
Yeah, and something else that I really want to point out is you look at the trends after each debate, it always went in favor of Hillary Clinton. If Donald Trump had, I guess, a better debate performance, that we could have seen those numbers go in his favor, and he would be the one we were talking about having the good odds to win the election.
Yeah, the discussions that I had with a lot of my colleagues, a lot of my peers, is this, that Hillary did what politicians and good politicians do. Polled closer to the middle, didn't try and ruffle any feathers, and tried to pull in voters that were towards the middle, undecided, and tried not to alienate any of the voters that she had already in her pocket. Trump, on the other hand, continued to stick very tightly to his rhetoric, and that honesty is great, don't get me wrong, but he alienated a lot of voters in the middle that Hillary might potentially pick up later on tonight because he did not come any closer to the middle throughout those debates. And so you saw those numbers jettison up a little bit for Hillary Clinton as she picked up those loose voters with that extra effort.
Once again, Vince, all very interesting stuff to keep an eye on. We're going to go to the break, but when we come back, our own Maria DeBone sits down with Austin Davis, the Democratic Committee Vice Chair, there at the Democratic headquarters. So you're not going to want to miss it on SCJ Election Night 2016.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Welcome back to SCJ Election Night. As we stand here in front of our green screen, we're going to talk to you about what's going on right now. So let's talk about
what is going on right now.
And here we go. There's our map. It is back. And the big thing that we want to start with is Virginia. Let's take a look at the state of Virginia, which was in favor. And we apologize for the technical difficulties.
As
but
always.
now let's take a look at Virginia, which once again is still in favor of Donald Trump, but is still basically deadlocked, Vince. And is this going to be a state that Clinton can take?
Yeah, and from what I've heard off camera, Hillary Clinton might be making a move right now. Her realm that she'd be able to take from is if Northern Virginia is still in play, Hillary Clinton has a viable shot to take Virginia back. You talk about states that we talk about as swing states usually, but even more so this year, this is a big one here in Virginia.
And, you know, exactly, that's and that would be huge for Hillary Clinton. She needs to win Virginia in order to really stop what's going on with the momentum for Donald Trump right now. But let's also take a look at the state of Wisconsin, something that we haven't touched upon yet. But as those votes start to come in, Hillary Clinton has an edge there. All of these states have been very close.
Yeah, I think it shows, you know, not a big separation between these two candidates and how, you know, voters have viewed them. People have been entrenched on either side. And those, you know, it's going to come down to those middle of the line voters, more so this year than any other year. It just is so much. It's been so hectic across party lines. We've talked about that numerous times tonight. And, you know, Wisconsin, we're going to move to Michigan here next. These states up in the north that traditionally go blue and blue fairly easy are starting to become states in this election where it's getting later and later in the evening. And we still do not know confirmed that these states are going to go in favor of Hillary Clinton.
And something big that's really helping Donald Trump is the fact that here in Wisconsin, really almost no votes are going to Gary Johnson, to the point where we really don't have anything to count here. And that's something that will, if he wants to go win Wisconsin, is going to be very big, that he's making sure that Gary Johnson is not taking those votes away from him. Now, if we could, let's take a look at Michigan, if that could happen. Yes, and as we see, as it just switched from in favor of Hillary Clinton to a red state here. Once again, I mean, I'm going to say this every time, apparently, is very close. And it seems like no candidate is going to get above 51, 52% right now.
Yeah, nice little kick here by Donald Trump to push himself in front here. As we see Gary Johnson with 4% of the vote, Hillary tagging behind with about 46 thus far. Still a long ways to go here in Michigan, but it's going to be very interesting. If this is one of those states up in the northern region that normally goes blue, that Donald can steal from underneath the Democratic Party, we have a whole new ball game here. And, you know, as we've said before, almost feel a little bit bad that we're going to be checking off soon. And then when Delaney and Eddie Sheehy step onto the set, they're going to get to see maybe one of the wildest finishes in the history of the Electoral College.
And Vince, all these surprises that we're seeing are coming towards Donald Trump. There is one battleground state, though, that is continuing to stay blue, and that is the state of New Hampshire. We're going to pull that up for you right now. As you can see, actually, I'm mistaken. It's basically deadlocked, but right now in favor of Donald Trump.
Sam, depending on the minute, it quite literally is skipping back and forth, and it'll be very, very interesting. We talked about this one beforehand, that this might be something that happens, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see where New Hampshire falls.
And Vince, we got to have some breaking news in here right now. The Republicans take the House, and that is official. So something, and we are going to have to talk about that and the impact. What impact is that going to have, Vince?
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, you know, to continue the balance of powers within the government and things like that. And depending on who does get into the White House, you know, when the vote is said and done tonight, or whenever we do actually find out, it'll make things very interesting to see how that president is able to operate with the different separation in the government.
And Vince, is this something that we can see as a trend? Because the House, the Senate, they were all favored for the Democratic Party despite being so close. Is this going to be the trend that we've been seeing this entire time? And we are going to now toss to Maria DeBone at the Democratic headquarters for more news from there. Maria, what do you have for us?
In Colorado, more than half of the vote is Hillary Clinton's ahead. In Colorado, she has more than 88,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes in Colorado.
Welcome back to the live coverage from the Democratic headquarters in Pennsylvania. And Hillary Clinton is ahead in Pennsylvania. It just came in. As we can see, the room is full of excitement. Everyone is cheering and is very excited for this moment. As we're getting more information in, I will be giving you that information and seeing what states are getting what votes. Trump is in the lead right now, but we're hoping Clinton gains the more electoral votes. And later we're going to be talking to some more people, interviewing, seeing what their thoughts are on the presidential election, and maybe some senators. Well, I'm going to give you more updates later. Back to you in the studio. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Maria. And we are going to cut really quickly back to the Republican headquarters before we get to Dr. Moretti here, as he has an interview with Tim Murphy.
Welcome back to the Republican Party Watch here at the Crown Plaza at Pittsburgh South. I'm now with Congressman Tim Murphy. Congressman, has tonight gone the way you expected it?
Well, so far, I mean, I know that I've got the votes, and we're here with Senator Guy Reschenthaler, state senator. Things seem to be going his way. We're watching the other elections out there, watching the other things taking place, and we'll see what happens. Still too close to call in many cases.
Now, running unopposed, does that change the way you ran your campaign, or try to tell us some of the benefits of that, or even some negatives maybe?
Well, when that happens, I mean, it really is multi-years of working hard and being very aggressive. The issues that I have been the point man on, the leader in the nation, have been in mental health, things like healthcare reform, the issues dealing with the steel industry in China. I'm the chairman of the Steel Caucus, so I'm the one that got the legislation passed that made some major changes that help us with manufacturing. The issues with the 9/11 Air Base, the Navy, the Air Force out here working to save those, a stronger military. All those things I've been working hard over the years. So it doesn't just come down to tonight. There's a lot of work that goes into that. And that turns out to be those are the pivotal issues that the people are voting about across the nation now. So I think as this area goes, we'll see how the rest of the nation goes too.
Now, as the polls start closing, Pennsylvania has been closed for a little bit now. Has anything surprised you so far with the results?
No, not yet. I mean, so you get some of the votes out of Philadelphia rather quickly. The rural votes come in too later in the night. We'll see what all that means. We don't really know yet. Similar across the nation. It's what is clear here among all this is how people were so focused and so very, very concerned on the direction of our country. They don't like the direction of our country. The future for youth graduating from school. The future for the next generation who really feels that they're not going to have it as good as their parents. The safety and security of our nation. The energy opportunities we should have here that have been siphoned down. So we have our work cut out for us as a country, and it's a matter of being able to take all those things that divided us over the last couple of years and refocus that to the things that unite us.
Now, I asked Senator Reschenthaler the same thing. Is there anything specific you're looking for as the votes come in, or you just come in with an open mind?
Okay, we're looking for the win column here.
Okay, yeah.
But I think at this point it's just a matter of the wishing is over, and now you're waiting for the facts, the results to come in, and whatever the voters decide, that's what we live with, that's what we work with, that's what keeps our democracy strong.
If you can you tell me a little bit about your opinion on the Senate race with Senator Toomey and Katie McGinty?
Well, I'm a strong supporter of Senator Pat Toomey. I think he's been solid for the state. He worked very hard. I know on the issues that I've been the point man on of mental health care, he's been solid with us on the Senate. That was a massive amount of spending that race, something like $165 million. That's more than our governor race, et cetera. That's a lot of outsiders coming into the state to try and influence us. And I got to tell you, that disappoints me. That concerns me, that those are races not decided from within Pennsylvania, but pushed in from without. So all these distorted messages of what's going on, and that's an area that concerns me deeply. And quite frankly, Pennsylvanians ought to be concerned and focus more on what he's done. So I'll still be watching that race with concern.
Thank you, Congressman, for taking time out of your evening. And back to you guys in the studio.
Welcome back, everyone, here in studio. A man that needs no introduction, but I guess we'll give you another one.
Well, thanks.
Anthony Moretti, the director of the Center of Innovative Teaching and Directed Engaged Learning. Welcome back for your second appearance here on election night. Things have changed a little bit since the last time you've been here. Landscape changing, things starting to file in a little bit here. But I want to direct this kind of out of that peripheral and back to third party, something that we've talked about a little bit tonight, and that I think is important going forward in the political landscape of this country. So, what is your opinion of the third parties specifically in this election?
If I had my way, I'd have 5 parties. I'd have your traditional Democratic Party, your traditional Republican Party, something to the left of the Democrats, to the right of the Republicans, and something in the middle. So whatever those titles are, those titles become. Because I think what that does is then the voters really say or think justifiably they have a say in terms of really supporting the party that interests them. What's interesting this year is that Gary Johnson is taking so many votes in the Virginia election, the Carolina election, the Florida election. He's not going to get enough to win any of those states. But boy, he could turn the calculus in favor of Donald Trump. And that was not expected when we looked at the conversation earlier in the night.
And do you think, and I'm sorry, but I have to ask, with all of this happening and the potential, convolution of the Republican Party based on everything that's happened and, the disarray that's happened with the Democratic Party and their, could we see more parties rise from this sort of rubble?
Well, I think what you're looking at is, at the end of the night, both parties, no matter what happens, have got to take a serious look at who they are and what they are. And I think if the upset, which maybe is not so much of an upset anymore, if Donald Trump does indeed win, the Democratic Party is going to have a real serious conversation about the liberal wing and the sort of Clinton center wing. And clearly the Clinton brand will be over. It's done. What will be interesting to see is, would the Republicans have that same serious conversation if they win? There was little expectation that they were going to win, and all of a sudden they might win the presidency, hold the Senate, or win the Senate and hold the House.
All right, and one last question for you, Dr. Moretti, and that is, can you give us a little prediction of what you think is going to happen in the future? Just a quick one. Do you see that there could be another major party coming soon?
I think we need one, and I think the reason we need one is because our country has clearly said that significant parts of the country has said they're fed up with just two choices.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. And for after this, me and Vince are done here on SCJ Election Night. We will be coming back with Eddie Sheehy and Delaney Hassel to take you away with the rest of this election, but it has been a genuine pleasure.
It has. Now we get to sit back while they get to work and watch it all unfold from up in the boardroom upstairs.
Yeah, but you're not going to want to go away, so stay with us here on SCJ Election Night 2016.
All right. You bet, guys. No problem.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Hi, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists election night coverage. We're live from the RMU TV studio. I'm Eddie Shee.
And I'm Delaney Hassel. Welcome, everybody. So since Sam and Vince have been on, we have had a lot of updates, and we're here to talk about some of those updates. Eddie, what do you have for us?
Yes, absolutely. So this race is a lot closer than anyone expected at this point, and it's closer for Donald Trump than a lot of people expected. But if the year of 2016 taught us anything, surprises should be expected during
expect
this
the unexpected.
election. Let's start with Virginia. That is such an important state. Right now in this election is the one I need to be talking about right now. So taking a look at Virginia here right now, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, let's just call them tied because it is too close to call right now. Loudoun County is going to be the important place for Hillary Clinton. She needs to pick up lots of votes in Loudoun County, Fairfax, and Prince William County will even come in to help her. Prince William is a little bit of the Metro DC area, a little bit rural. She right now is leading, but ever so slightly. Like I said, I don't think we're ready to call that just yet.
Which is so odd because she really had this it was projected for her to win this by 85%. So maybe that projection will help her a little bit, but we will see. It's a little too close to call.
Absolutely. The odds are definitely in her favor going into this, but Trump's strong showing here in Virginia could mean a lot of other things. The next state that we need to highlight is going to be Florida, because Florida is another one of those toss-up states. It's a must-win if Donald Trump is going to be the next president. Let's take a look here at Florida. Donald Trump is leading. He's leading by about 80,000 votes right now. That's a pretty impressive lead. Many people did not think it would be that big. It was supposed to be a toss-up.
Yeah, very, very close, but still, who can tell? We have to look, again, at those small counties, anything like that, but he is leading, of course.
Correct. The small counties, especially up here in this area of the state, are definitely going red, but when you get down right into here, these areas into Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, Broward County, where Fort Lauderdale is, those counties do go blue. They go blue by large margins. They're not completely in. If they came in, that would be good. That would be really good for Hillary Clinton. If she wins Florida, that would definitely ease some tensions I think Democrats are feeling right now. But it might not be all easy for them, all right? Because we're looking back here on our map. And right now I want to bring your attention to these two states up here, Wisconsin and Michigan. They're red right now. Another two states that were projected to go blue. Let's start with Wisconsin.
Yeah, let's talk about Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is kind of a toss-up right now, which is weird. Again, it was assumed to be blue, but Donald Trump is maintaining about a 50,000-point lead. One thing I want to bring up, you're going to consistently see down here on the bottom of our screen, Gary Johnson is coming in with 3%, 4%, 5%.
We're seeing his name.
We're seeing his name across the country. Is he going to be a Ross Perot spoiler candidate in this election? I know we talked about it a lot leading up to this. It could happen. We're seeing him take a sizable number of votes, 31,000 on either side, would definitely make this race more comfortable.
Yeah, but with Wisconsin, Hillary was projected to lead 83.5% again, but we do see Trump leading. So this is a little odd. Again, things are kind of just, again, not what we're seeing. Not what we're expecting. So let's see what Michigan has to offer.
Right. Wisconsin is going red. Michigan is also going red. Another state that probably should be blue right now.
Yeah.
In the Rust Belt. It's a shock, but I want to bring your attention again to Gary Johnson down in the corner with 4%. We're seeing our map update live here. The odds are getting a little bit better for Hillary Clinton. The main point I want to stress here, the main point I want to stress throughout this entire map that we're looking at, though, is all these states are toss-ups. They're really close. We thought early on that we might be out of here pretty early. We saw a lot of blue happening in North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, but that went away fast.
It was like literally 20% is reporting in Michigan.
Right.
It's just crazy how much we thought, oh yeah, Hillary probably is going to be easy. This is definitely not an easy election. It's just definitely toss-ups all across the board.
It's toss-ups all across the board, and that is, it's going to make for a long night. Like we said, we're going to be here all the way up until midnight, though. We have 2 whole hours of election night coverage. But in the meantime, we're going to head over to our social media desk, talk to Jocelyn Burns about how people are feeling about this election on the internet. I bet tensions are pretty high. Jocelyn?
Thanks, Eddie and Delaney. Like we've been saying the whole night, social media has been a huge part. First, I'd like to point out the hashtag election 2016. It's rapidly going. It's so fast that we can't even read it. Donald Trump tweeted 17 minutes ago, watching the returns at 9:45 p.m., him and all his family. He retweeted from Ivanka Trump saying, such a surreal moment to vote for my father for president. He also retweeted Eric Trump saying, join my family in this incredible movement, with a picture of all of his family in a rally. Hillary Clinton also tweeted an hour ago that says, this team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything. Her looking happy. Let's see. Hillary Clinton also retweeted from Senator Tom Kaine saying, thinking about my daughter right now, no little girl will ever again have to wonder whether she too can be president. And also, she's saying that, remember, if you are in line for polls, you can vote. Sorry about this. All right, and we're going back to Eddie and Delaney.
Thank you so much, Jocelyn. As you can see, just everyone tweeting. Election coverage is very high on social media. But now we're live on RMU campus with Adeline Burdine. Adeline, what do you have for us? Coming up next, so we're not live. Well, we have that coming up next.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breezes, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to RMU's SCJ Election Night Coverage 2016. You know, we're taking a look at this race live. Numbers are pouring in. We want to focus now on the Senate race. The Senate is going to be a big deal. Definitely for Democrats, could be for Republicans also. If Donald Trump became president, a Democratic Senate could be a spoiler for him. A Republican Senate and a Republican House, that could be good news if Donald Trump became president. So let's focus on Pennsylvania specifically.
Yes, so Katie McGinty is currently leading in Pennsylvania. She is at 55%, leading Pat Toomey by about 300,000 votes. So that is good for Katie McGinty.
Yeah, Katie McGinty is kind of upsetting a little bit here. We assumed that Katie McGinty would be leading in Pennsylvania, but right now she's leading by really good margins. Now, a side note about this Senate race, Pennsylvania was the most expensive Senate race in history. Over $140 million was spent on this campaign in Pennsylvania. So this was a big deal for Republicans and Democrats. Now, across the country, Senate races have been called already. Nothing too surprising yet. Those Senate races that were called were Senate races that we definitely expected. In Florida, Marco Rubio won. Illinois, Tammy Duckworth won. Indiana, Todd Young, which adds 2 for Republicans and 1 for Democrats. Tammy Duckworth being the Democrat.
Yes, and then we also have Ohio. Rob Portman was called as well.
Absolutely. So nothing too surprising right now in the Senate. The Senate actually is turning out to be a lot more calm than I think anybody expected. A lot of us expected the presidential race to be a little more neutral, a little calmer than the presidential race, but that's just not happening right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were expecting it maybe a little bit the other way around.
Yeah.
A little more tension in the Senate race, kind of going back and forth, but it completely switched. We're seeing a lot of tension in the presidential race with Donald Trump just kind of coming out of nowhere, not what we were expecting. And like you said, the Senate race is very calm, just kind of like, all right, we're seeing things come in here and there and kind of what we were expecting.
It's more of what we were expecting, which is also kind of surprising because Republicans are doing pretty okay. A lot of people assumed that Donald Trump might ruin some Republicans' chances in the Senate, and it doesn't look like that's happening. In states like North Carolina, where people had thought that a Democrat might be able to take the seat from an incumbent Republican, we're just not seeing that. Republicans are faring pretty okay, as is Donald Trump. It could be a trend that we're seeing across this country.
Yeah. Well, now we are live on RMU's campus with our own Adeline Burdine. Adeline, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. I just spoke with the college Democrats, and they are nervous. They said they're stress eating, biting their nails. They weren't expecting this at all. They have been trying to be as optimistic as possible, and they said they're going to continue with that throughout the night, and they just really hope that some more votes come in for Hillary Clinton and that she can hopefully pull out a win and become our next president. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adeline. Looking at the House now, just took a look at the Senate. We want to now move into the House. The House is kind of considered safe territory for Republicans right now, wouldn't you say?
I would definitely agree with that, yes.
So right now we're looking at a map of the House. You're noticing a lot of red, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's definitely smeared red, basically.
Right. The House historically has been doing better amongst Republicans than both the Senate and the presidency because of gerrymandering, actually. The way in which Republicans who controlled the House back in 2010 when the census came out rewrote kind of the boundaries. So it's safe to assume that Republicans are going to be holding on to their majority in the House, which is good news for Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Exactly, and we can see that it's Republicans are leading 147 to 105.
Yeah, so we just had a few minutes ago a conversation with Tim Murphy, Pennsylvania's 18th District House member. He's the member for here in Moon Township, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we got to talk to him. We'll have to see if we're going to have more conversations with him throughout the night. So now, when we come back after this really quick break, we're going to be back over at our election map, looking at the numbers as more and more states come in. We'll be right back.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
And welcome back. We are here on the map bringing you again more live updates. So Eddie, we just heard Arizona 99% Trump. Again, as expected, really not anything too surprising.
Yeah, Arizona's not too big of a surprise, but it was kind of a toss-up there for a little while. Arizona was, I don't want to say leaning Democrat, because it definitely was not leaning Democrat, but Democrats definitely thought they had a chance of winning there. If Hillary Clinton had won in Arizona, it would have been a sign of changing tides. It's not. We're seeing more of the same of what we expected. Though I would say that this margin he's leading by 3% does put him in a pretty interesting place throughout the rest of the country, because if he's overperforming by 1 or 2% in Arizona, he could be overperforming 1 or 2% across the entire country. Taking another look here at our entire map, this is a little more red than I think most people were expecting to see. Florida, still red. North Carolina, still red. Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's take another look at Florida, because Florida is definitely a key state in this race.
If Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, he will be the next president-elect of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Florida is 99% in. Trump's lead is pretty overwhelming. I think it's safe to say Trump has got Florida on lock, and Gary Johnson down there at 2% with 200,000 votes. Again, it's not fair to call him a spoiler candidate, I think, in Florida. Not all 200,000 of those votes would have gone to Hillary Clinton, but that is a margin that would technically make her win, though that is all speculation.
Definitely.
So let's take a look now at Pennsylvania, of course, the state that we're standing in right now, because things are getting a little interesting.
Yeah, I would say so. It's definitely a Democratic state, and it is blue here on our map right now. She's leading 54% by a good 200,000+ votes. So she was projected to win here as well. So this isn't too surprising.
No, but this is interesting because this was a state that she was expected to win, but she's up by 10% now, and that's a little high. It's real interesting to me that she's underperforming in states like Virginia, even North Carolina, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Michigan, but she's overperforming
here
in Pennsylvania, which is so interesting. If I had to guess, I would have said she would have overperformed in Virginia and underperformed here. From the beginning, the candidates made Pennsylvania a key state. It's looking like the Trump work here didn't do too much.
But then again, you look in just a few days as our own home state, you can see how many times did both candidates come here in just the days and weeks leading up into the election, let alone in Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we had, and even Monday. Hillary Clinton was just here yesterday. Trump was here, was it Sunday? And then he was here, Hillary was here on Friday. So you could see these people, these candidates rather, really wanted to be here. They wanted their voices heard.
Absolutely. Up into the week, that was a really big, lots of visits from major candidates here in Pennsylvania, but it looks like Pennsylvania isn't going to be that big of an upset. We're still going to need to look, however, at New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Michigan. You're going to be hearing us say those states a lot tonight. But let's go over to Jocelyn real quick and see how the internet is reacting, because we're getting reports of some uncertainty across the country economically as markets begin to crash. Is Twitter and Facebook having the same effect as the market? Jocelyn?
Thanks, Eddie. Senator Pat Toomey hasn't been tweeting a lot. The last tweet was from 1 day ago, and he tweeted 2 days ago, 3 days ago, not much action. But Katie McGinty has been tweeting constantly about how Pennsylvania should stay in line since the lines have been about an hour. Also, Senator Pat Toomey's Instagram hasn't been real active. His last post has been 16 weeks ago. Donald Trump hasn't really been updating 27 minutes ago. And also, Donald Trump has obviously used social media as an outlet for his campaign. And I got the opportunity to talk to Robert Morris students about how they feel about him using Twitter. Republican nominee Donald Trump has been making a huge statement on social media, mainly on Twitter. His statements have led to many discussions and have been very controversial.
I think he tweets things like a 13-year-old girl, and he just tries to start a lot of drama, and all he does is say negative things about people. He never really says what he has to say, what he's going to do himself. He just likes to demean others, which I think is wrong.
I mean, if there's one thing that can be said about him, he doesn't put on a face for social media. I mean, he's a brash, bombastic individual, and it comes through his social media. So, I mean, I guess it's admirable if he's just as brash and bombastic on social media as he is in society.
I just feel like the way he carries himself, I think it's like, I don't like the way he carries himself. Like even the comment he said about women, I think it was like either last week or this week. Because I mean, I have like little nieces, and I definitely don't want a president, see the president like that and making it seem like it's okay to do things like that. So stuff like that really hits home to me.
Some of his tweets have been quite offensive, and in some tweets talking about Hillary Clinton, he refers to her as Crooked Hillary. In 2013, he also tweeted, "I would like to extend my best wishes to all, even the haters and losers, on this special date, September 11th. Trump's approach has been different from other candidates, and many are unsure if he will or will not actually make America great again." Reporting from Robert Morris University, I'm Jocelyn Burns.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Donald Trump's Twitter really has been a big point of contention throughout this entire election. We're not sure still if it hurt him or helped him, but I'm leaning more towards it helped him at this point.
And after this, what we're seeing in these polls, it seems like it helped him a little bit.
Which would be very interesting. First time in a major election that Twitter has really helped a candidate out. Now, coming up next, we're going to be heading back over to the Republican Watch Party here in Pennsylvania with Ian Kist. And then later, we'll be talking more about those key states that could determine the election. We'll be right back on RMU's SCJ Election Night Coverage 2016.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What A sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Welcome back to our continuing election night coverage. We have some updates in those key states that we were talking about a little bit earlier on the map. We have some more definitive numbers to bring to you right now. The one I want to talk about right this second is Virginia. I've been talking about over the last half an hour or so, Virginia was going to be key. If Hillary Clinton lost Virginia, she was in major trouble. And right now, she is slightly ahead, 94% of the state is reporting, and she maintains about a 50,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. That should be enough. Like we expected, that Metro DC area, when it came in, it was enough to push her over the top. But again, that race was so close there for about an hour and a half. It wasn't exactly something that a lot of us were expecting. Now, going to a few other states that we need to be talking about here, Wisconsin. Wisconsin is another one of those must-wins for Hillary Clinton. We're not sure exactly if Wisconsin is suffering from the same kind of effect that Virginia did. Delaney, what would you say?
I'm not really sure. You can see that Trump is really leading there a lot, so...
Yeah, the latest numbers have him leading by about 25,000, about 42% of the precincts are reporting. So I don't know if it's going to flip exactly as the Democrats are hoping, but there is potential. Yeah. Michigan is another one of those states, key states. Hillary Clinton should be leading in Michigan right now. 29% of the precincts reporting, though. She is down by about 80,000 votes, though. Again, it's kind of hard to tell if the Detroit area comes in with a lot of votes. That would be great for Hillary Clinton. Throughout the night, we're going to need to keep looking at these maps, keep giving you the updates on those numbers. But in the meantime, let's head over to Ian Kist, who is at the Republican Watch Party. Ian?
Has been on this town for 14 years, doing a wonderful job for all of us. He's a commander in the U.S. Navy, Medical Service Corps.
Welcome back to the Republican Watch Party. Senator Guy Rauschenfeller just talked as he will now serve another 2 years in as a PA senator in the U.S. Senate. He talked about his reform and everything he's worked hard at, such as bringing selling of wine in grocery stores here in the state of Pennsylvania, which senators have been working hard for that, and he has finally done that, and he's very proud of that, thanking everybody for his support. Now, Congressman Tim Murphy is now taking the podium, and now he's going to talk about what's next for him and everything. We know he was unopposed, so definitely, as the crowd hears that I believe Trump won another state, so the Republicans here are very ecstatic about that. So that was that applause right now. So Tim Murphy has now regained his speech, but unopposed. So like we said before, he's now talking about what is coming next in his next few years as a congressman for his district here in Pennsylvania. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ian. Now, we just got word that Trump did win Ohio. Now, looking at the map and looking at all of the cities, it's interesting to see that Hillary actually won the main cities. She won areas with Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, but everything around it was Trump giving him that big lead in how he won it.
It really goes to prove how important those rural counties can be to Republican leaders. Democrats usually do well in cities, but Republicans, when they can take those rural areas, it can push them over the top.
Yeah, their voices can be heard. They're really going to go out and vote and really make an impact. And you can see that she did win Athens by 17 points. And back when Obama was elected, he won by 35 points. And that's a big college town. So you can see kind of the not as big of an impact she had like Obama did.
Yeah, that definitely was a big impact for her. This win in Ohio, though, is not too different than what we expected. It was projected that Donald Trump would win Ohio, and it was projected that he would win Ohio by about the same margins that it was projected that Hillary Clinton would win states like Virginia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Now, we are getting in some breaking news here. Virginia, that state we've been talking about nonstop for the last hour and a half, that has been called for Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton has won Virginia again, as we had expected. Now,
Yeah, it was one of those key states that she did need to kind of keep up with Donald Trump and this momentum that he has been having.
yeah, that definitely will give Democrats a little bit of relief, but that relief is only temporary because, again, I will say it again,
What are those states, Eddie?
Michigan, New Hampshire, she has to perform well there. And right now, they're all still leaning Republican. Now, the one state that I do want to bring your attention to right now is Michigan. I know we just talked about Michigan, but the important note about Michigan right now is the inner cities have not reported their numbers yet. Detroit is the big one. Detroit has a large African American population. Hillary Clinton does overwhelmingly well with African American voters. So Detroit should be enough to push her over the edge in Michigan. Again, though, those Rust Belt states, they can be highly unpredictable. And Delaney, what about New Hampshire?
So going back to New Hampshire, Manchester is about red right now, but she is doing okay, but he is leading mainly in New Hampshire. So it is projected that he probably will take New Hampshire, but we don't really know. So coming up next, me and you are going to break down the Electoral College. We're really excited about that because it's something that, do we really need it anymore?
It's a good question. We'll see when we come back to RMU's SCJ Election Night Coverage 2016.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Welcome back to RMU's SCJ Election Night Coverage 2016. We're going to take a break from looking at the map and the numbers as we wait for West Coast numbers to start filing in. And we're going to talk about the Electoral College. Every time November rolls around, an influx of people start Googling, what is the Electoral College and why does it matter? So we want to take a second to talk to you about the Electoral College. Delaney?
Okay, Eddie, so when I was starting to prepare for tonight, and I was saying, okay, and looking back at previous elections, I was thinking, do we still need the Electoral College? is the system foolproof? Like, all these questions kind of started flowing into my mind. So the main one I have for you is, do we still need the Electoral College? Let's just kind of go right off the bat with that one.
Well, there's people making arguments on both sides. Yes, we need the Electoral College. No, we don't need the Electoral College. I tend to err on the side of, yes, we do need the Electoral College. And the reason is actually because of our founding fathers, okay? We know the historical reasons the Electoral College was created, right? A lot of people know about the fact that the Electoral College was created to give equal chance to the states and equal voice. But another thing that's not really talked about a lot is the fact that the founding fathers were very afraid of a tyranny of the majority. This idea that the majority of Americans aren't always right about things. You know, just because 51% of people believe something doesn't necessarily mean that is the best course of action. So that's one of the other reasons they have for the Electoral College. It also encourages coalition building on both sides. It's a healthy system for Republicans and Democrats. That's why you don't really see too many establishment politicians look to remove this system. And also, another real big reason that I support the Electoral College is that it's a safeguard against voter fraud, actually. A lot of Republicans and Democrats have talked about voter fraud, and the Electoral College is kind of a way to safeguard against that because, you know, think about it. In order for widespread voter fraud to swing an election, it would take a series of strategically planned instances of voter fraud in a lot of different states. But if the entire election was decided on just a popularity majority rules, in theory, all you would have to do is cause a lot of voter fraud in an area maybe like California, which has millions of people, and swing in an entire election that way. So, you know, the Electoral College, I know a lot of people say, you know, it's an old, outdated system. We can count every vote now. Why do we still need it? And those arguments are fair, but there are reasons to have the Electoral College. I wouldn't expect it to go anywhere soon. Constitutionally, it's hard.
All right, well, thank you for that. It definitely is something to consider. Maybe we do still need it. So right now, we are going to head to the Democratic Watch Party with our own Maria DeBone. Maria, what do you have for us?
Democratic headquarters. There's a lot of tension in this room right now as Clinton is trailing behind in electoral votes, but she's ahead in Virginia and Colorado. And an update just happened, and there's a little bit of excitement in the room right now. So according to the last update, Clinton has 109 electoral votes and Donald Trump with 167. Now 270 is needed, so Clinton is going to have to win more states, but it's too early to call which way Pennsylvania will go, but she's ahead right now. So I'll be continuing giving you live updates as they come in. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Now, coming up next, you will see Eddie and I in front of the live election map again with even more updates as more information keeps flowing in. Don't miss it.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Hi, Smokey. Only you can prevent wildfires.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breezes, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists live election night coverage. Eddie, what do you have for us?
All right, so we're taking a look at the map as a whole. The states that we need to be looking at, we are going to get to in a few seconds, but we want to take a quick break and talk about the Senate race here in Pennsylvania. We teased for so long how close this race was going to be, how important this race was going to be, and it just doesn't look like that's happening.
So it looks like Katie McGinty is leading again. She is polling better than Pat Toomey, and that's not what we were expecting. We were expecting this to be closer, and it's not as close.
Yeah, these numbers right here have 48% and 47%. These numbers are a little slower to come in than other maps throughout the country. There are maps, though, that have her leading by as much as 5%.
Yeah, she's about 56% called. So that's a little bit more than we were expecting. We were expecting this race to be a lot closer, but she is doing a lot better than expected.
Yeah, at this point, I think Katie McGinty could kind of rest easy for a little bit.
Yeah, take it easy.
The same cannot be said for Hillary Clinton right now, despite the good news back over here on our main map about one state that was just called.
Yeah, New Mexico was called. Hillary does have New Mexico. And then we also looks like she's leading by about 100,000 votes in Colorado as well.
That's right. So right here at New Mexico and Colorado, both blue states, both states, though, that had to be blue. Now, I want to play a little numbers scenario with you right now. These results in New Mexico and Colorado were what we expected. We need up here Michigan and Wisconsin again, assuming that the cities are going to be at the numbers that Hillary Clinton needs. She then is safe in those two areas. But let's say New Hampshire, she loses. That's going to make this state over here, Nevada, incredibly important because those 6 electoral votes for Nevada would be the only thing that pushes her over. And it's going to be such a close race at that point. The votes would come down to about 271 to 267 at that point. It would be incredibly close. Now, that's just a little hypothetical numbers game for you, but an interesting thing to think about. That's how a lot of people expected this race to go. But again, this election has just been surprise after surprise, and I really expected Michigan and Wisconsin to be blue by now.
Yeah, and they're just not being called yet, and they're both shaded red. So it's, again, not what we were expecting. That seems to be the motto and the theme of this election.
Yeah.
But then again, every motto, expect the unexpected, and that's basically what we've been seeing with Trump, and especially with his social media. We've been learning to expect the unexpected, and of course, what can we know about that is we can go to Jocelyn Burns. Jocelyn, what do you have with Donald Trump's and everybody else's social media with this election?
To look at Jill Stein's Twitter. She's been tweeting a lot today using the hashtag It's In Our Hands. Most of them have been like inspirational quotes saying the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, from Martin Luther King Jr. She also says, "There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come," from Victor Hugo. Another quote saying, "The most common way people give up power is by thinking they don't have any," from Alice Walker. Going to her Instagram, she hasn't said anything most recently other than 2 hours ago. The I voted hashtag has been really popular. Everyone really loves their I voted stickers. Everyone looks really happy with them on. Let's see. All right. And on Twitter, Donald Trump from half hour ago, the same thing. So intense it's surreal. Senator Tim Kaine, the retweet from Hillary Clinton that we had a while ago about her daughter. All right. And then we're going to head back over to Delaney and Eddie.
Thank you, Jocelyn. And for all you need to know about election night coverage, be sure to check out rmucenturymedia.com. We'll have all you need to know and more. And also, we have a Trump video. Oh, so Eddie, let's talk about Trump's video scandal. So that kind of shook this whole nation and more about the Trump video scandal. So what can we even say about that? See, I was speechless myself. When I first heard about it, I was just kind of shaken up, especially as a woman. I know a lot of people were, especially on social media, talking about how can women vote for this man after he made those lewd comments about women and everything. Especially people were talking about, though, how could people post that with it being a hot mic and everything like that. So what was your take kind of on this whole situation?
Well, I think the narrative of tonight is not really reflective of what we expected from that Trump video. You know, it's been about a month since that Trump video came out. Donald Trump openly talking about sexual assault and other things, and a lot of people assumed that was it, that was going to destroy his campaign. Hillary's numbers rocketed up to 85, 86, 87% chance of winning. But then last week, the emails with the FBI Director Comey reinvestigating them, that brought those numbers back down. So like you said, that video was scandalous, right? Left so many people speechless, asking questions like, how could any woman vote for Donald Trump? But I'll tell you what, I would have guessed it had a big impact on him, on his campaign. But these numbers that we're seeing tonight just does not speak to that narrative.
It definitely, like you said, we saw that jump. It was a very even numbers in the polls, and then suddenly there was that immediate jump that Hillary was just skyrocketed better than Trump after that video was released.
That's it. So we're going to take a really quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be taking another look at our election map as the West Coast continues to close its polls across the country. We'll be right back on RMU's SCJ election coverage 2016.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to RMU's SCJ Election Night Coverage 2016. Let's head back to our map. We have some updates. Nevada has come in 1% precincts reporting in Nevada, and Trump comes out to an early lead, but it's only 5,000 votes, so this doesn't really mean anything yet. Nevada is going to be a race that I want to watch throughout this rest of the night because it's going to be interesting to see if early votes played a big part. You know, early votes for Hillary Clinton outweighed votes for Donald Trump 3-1. So Nevada is definitely a state we're going to need to be looking at.
That definitely was a state that projected more Hillary Clinton. It was more about 58.3% leaning towards Hillary Clinton. So it was not necessarily a swing state, but you could definitely see it leaning more towards Clinton.
Another state I want to talk about because I'm seeing it on my map and I'm just so curious about it is Minnesota. Minnesota is 24% reporting and Hillary Clinton has taken a lead. That wasn't expected in Minnesota. It's not a huge state. It won't tip the balances at all, but a lead for Hillary Clinton there is kind of peculiar. That's one that I wouldn't have expected. Of course, Wisconsin and Michigan, they're bleeding together in my mind now into some state called Wishigan. And we have no clue still what's happening there. We're still waiting on Detroit's numbers to come in. African-American voter turnout is going to be huge. I saw a lot of statistics earlier that voter turnout amongst African-Americans was only at about 12%, which was low, and that did spell disaster for Hillary Clinton if that stuck true throughout the whole state.
Well, as this election is affecting our nation, it doesn't affect just everybody in this nation. It affects everyone around the world. And that obviously means that people around the world have an opinion on this. And our own Army Century Media's Hannah Smith got talking to RMU students who think that they had an effect on it.
The 2016 presidential election has been one that's been watched closely by not only the American people, but by global leaders. Coming to the United States to study film and television, this international student from Saudi Arabia has been in the country for about 5 years and has now witnessed 2 presidential races. Jumping right into his thoughts on this year's election, saying that he's surprised that one of the candidates has gotten to the level they have.
Every business he went to, which was bankrupt or gone after a few years.
While he had this to say about one candidate, he had this to say about the other. I can't say that she is better than Trump because she is almost the same. It's just the fact that she has more experience than him in politics. While having differing yet similar views on both, the student also practices Islamic beliefs, which has been a topic of discussion during Trump's campaign. Trump has been quoted saying Islam hates us during one of his speeches, and again saying, quote, Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. I asked the international student his thoughts on these 2 statements, who believes them to be for attention.
In a way, a publicity stunt just to get the attention, and he got it, honestly. He's smart in that way that he actually got the attention.
From these statements, the student said he thinks it has backfired on the community, creating more hate-related incidents.
It backfired on the community itself. We see more, in a way, hate-related assaults.
Trying to better bridge views of Muslims and Islam, the international student says the media has to help, but it is also to blame in creating stereotypes. I believe it's the media's fault in a way. They stereotype everything, basically. If Trump is elected president, the student believes that issues in stereotyping against Muslims and Arabs will only get worse. If you have the person in charge saying, do whatever, I'll pay for your lawsuit, then you're giving them away. Like, okay, he's fine with it. When he's in charge, they'll have more of a backbone to do it. While not believing either candidate will create better standings for Muslims or Arabs, he says we can only wait to see. Reporting for Robert Morris University, Hannah Smith, RMU TV.
Thanks, Hannah. While a lot of us were out at the polls today voting for president, senators, and representatives, those of us in Pennsylvania also noted a referendum at the end of our ballot for a constitutional amendment in the state of Pennsylvania that would see the retirement age for judges across the state throughout the Supreme Court, magisterial judges, and just your regular county judges that would raise their retirement age from 70 to 75. Delaney, what is this amendment all about? I know I just said 70 to 75, but why was this amendment somewhat controversial?
So I first saw this from scrolling on my Facebook page. A lot of people were posting about it because the main thing about it was the question was worded very oddly on the ballot. And so a lot of people were confused about, well, what am I voting for? So a lot of people didn't think anything of it. They were like, oh, just the retirement age is changing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yes. But what they didn't understand was that it was changing. You were extending it from 70 to the age of 75.
Now, there is a little, I don't want to call it a conspiracy theory,
I mean, a little caveat
but maybe
to
a little conspiracy theory here amongst a Supreme Court judge in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so coincidentally, I might say, or it kind of correlates, is that the oldest PA Supreme Court judge just so happens to be turning 70 this year. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that very well might be why this could be in place, but we do not know that. It is all speculation. So 19 judges could actually be forced to retire with this whole this whole reason why it could be forced to retire, just because of this whole amendment being forced to be on the ballot. So this whole retirement age thing is actually something that we weren't actually expected to see on the ballot, but it definitely was something that a lot of people were very weirded out by. But yeah, 19 judges would be forced to retire because of it, and by the end of next year, 28 more would be expected to join their ranks. So that's kind of something that's interesting to see. And currently, if we take a look at it, 51 are saying yes and 41 have said no to it.
Thank you, Delaney. Now, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you right there. We do have some breaking news and some shocking breaking news, actually. Donald Trump has just took the lead in Pennsylvania. Now, that's a huge deal because if Donald Trump ends up winning this state, they're ready to call the election for Donald Trump. He would be the next president of the United States. When we come back, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be talking to Maria DeBone over at the Democratic headquarters, and we're going to be talking a lot more about this twist in Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breezes, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Now, welcome back. We do have breaking news. Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. Hillary Clinton did win cities like Tallahassee, Orlando, Tampa, and Miami. But like we've been saying, Trump won the rural areas that really make those voices heard, and that brings him the win of the state of Florida.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Donald Trump. He needed to win Florida to kind of keep on this path to him getting to that 270 votes. It's just another step in a good direction for Donald Trump. We'll have to see if this direction is reflected on the rest of the map. Now, we need to go back and talk about Pennsylvania for a little bit right now. Pennsylvania, there is a lot of different information coming out, so we have to take a closer look examining that. However, we do want to take a second now and throw over to Maria DeBone at the Democratic National, or I'm sorry, not the Democratic National headquarters, but the Democratic headquarters here in Pittsburgh. Maria?
For a while, you're supposed to do the same test as you go over to Wisconsin. Again, most of the areas we're waiting for.
Welcome back. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media, here at the PA Democratic headquarters, talking to some fellow people looking to vote. And right now, I am with Zelina Cook, who is going to answer a few questions. So your first question is, what's your reason for voting for Hillary Clinton?
I've been voting for Hillary Clinton. I've been writing her name in since her husband left office. I think she's a very strong woman, an excellent role model. And to finally have the opportunity to push the button and not write her name in, it's been such an honor.
And what don't you like about the opposing candidate?
What did I like about the opposing candidate? What don't I like? I don't think he has experience in politics. I don't think that he's shown us that he's a qualified, strong leader. I don't think he's pragmatic. I'm concerned with his motives for even running for office. I'm trying to be polite and kind. I think of the candidates that we have to choose from, the choice is clear, and I understand why people are frustrated with their situation and why they might want to protest vote even for Donald Trump. I don't think they're going to see a resolution.
And is Hillary Clinton, being a woman, a reason you'd vote for her?
Oh, it's just the icing on the cake. I think that it's an added bonus. It's about time that we have a woman president. So it's really exciting. I'm glad that my children were able to come into the booth with me today, and we all pushed the vote button together.
Well, thank you, Zelina, and back to you in the studio. I'm Maria DeBone.
Thanks, Maria. We have some more news coming out. Another state called for Donald Trump. North Carolina is the state. It is being called for Donald Trump. And again, this was another one of those states that Donald Trump needed to win, and he's doing way better than expected in these battleground states.
Definitely. Like I said, he needed to win Florida and North Carolina to kind of be that contender, and he did. He's doing definitely marginally better than we thought he was going to. But like I said, the three states that he needed were Florida, North Carolina, and Virginia. Hillary took Virginia, so that kind of took a little bit of his momentum
He needed
off.
Ohio as well.
And yes, like you said. So he's kind of a little not faltered, but he's definitely doing a lot better than we projected he would.
Absolutely. A lot of movement now across the country. It's getting hard to keep track of right now, but we're going to do our best. We're going to gather our information during the break. And when we come back, we're going to be back over on our interactive map, looking at how these numbers have changed, perhaps, what this election could hold. We'll be right back.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his
I
backpack.
can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just gotta
trying as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfasts.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night. This is SCJ's election night coverage. We're entering into our last hour, maybe. There's a chance we could be here past midnight if these numbers continue to be close. Now, we have called Florida for Trump, but we want to make the important distinction that we are getting our numbers from the AP, and the AP has called Florida for Trump, but CNN has not called Florida for Trump yet. Florida is always in this situation where we just never really know what's going on. Sometimes it's
battleground.
days after the
We don't
election.
know.
It's a battleground state, but there are some states that we are able to call with some certainty,
Yes.
which are.
Okay, so we can definitely call California and Hawaii, not surprisingly, for Hillary Clinton. I don't
Correct.
think anybody's really too shocked about those states.
No, in the polls, Hillary Clinton was leading by about 25% in Hawaii and about 23% in California. So these aren't shocking.
And
California, in particular, is a big chunk of the electoral votes.
Definitely. And then I can just tell you that PA just switched back to Clinton. No shock there.
Okay.
And then, so as you can see,
We're going to take a look, as you said, at PA. Sorry to interrupt you there. We're going to take a look at PA because this state has been flipping back and forth, and we don't know what's going on. Hillary Clinton has taken the lead yet again. Like we talked about earlier, Donald Trump really did make a play for Pennsylvania, and I'll give him credit. Even if he ends up losing Pennsylvania, these numbers are much higher than I would have expected.
Yeah, I'm generally shocked. It really seems that they're kind of coming here and kind of going all around like we saw in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh really helped out in here, and it's really causing those flips
All right,
to really help.
Exactly. Taking a look here at our electoral map right now, the electoral votes stand at about 190 for Hillary Clinton and 217 for Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is still in the lead, and there is one more state that we can call for sure.
Yes, 81% definitely for sure for Idaho for Donald Trump.
Again, not one of these surprising states, these states
as
that
you can
we're
see.
talking about here in batches winning. That's not
Very
shocking. I know
obvious.
right now you're looking at 14 and 113.
But look at the 5% for Gary.
Even at what, 6?
6 or 5?
I promise
Yeah.
you there are more than 125 people living in Idaho right now. Let's take a look back here at our map. Michigan, Wisconsin. These states, again, they're still in the red. I'm getting a little surprised that they're still in the red. I really thought that they would have switched to blue by now, don't you?
Well, we can see a lot of things that we have been seeing is rural areas and not the bigger cities are being in, and those rural areas really are Trump supporters, and those are the first states that really get their votes in, and then the bigger cities are the ones that we see are Hillary supporters, and those are the last ones in. So we could see some blue come in a little bit later.
Right, Detroit is a little bit over 50% now reporting. Those numbers are going to be important. Taking a look at Michigan, the number's about 47% to 49%. Trump only leading by a few thousand. Gary
About
Johnson
40,000.
Gary Johnson again, 4%. Gary Johnson keeps popping up. if he had a consistent 4% number across the country, a consistent 5% number, it could be somewhat of an explanation as to why Hillary Clinton is somewhat underperforming today. Now, another state I do want to take a look at, if we can, is New Hampshire. New Hampshire is another state that is red still. And it's strange because it's a New England state. We knew it was going to be close, but I think I'm going to be one of those political analysts who just got this state wrong, and I assumed it to be blue, but Donald Trump has been maintaining his lead there just about all night.
We could see that Manchester was red in here, and then a couple other of the main cities were red, so that could be an explanation, but we really never know here. But now we're going to go back to the Democratic Watch Party with our own Maria DeBone with another interview. Maria, who do you have for us?
Look at you.
You can look at me. Yeah. All right, I'm back with another person to interview. So I am with Valerie McDonald Roberts, who is the Chief of Urban Affairs. So Valerie, if Hillary wins, what's the first change you would like to see made?
Oh, the first change I'd like to see, the things that people need, like early childhood education, increasing the minimum wage. Basically, the issues that impact people from day to day. And that is what she has committed to the working class people, to basically lift all boats, level the playing field.
And what would you like her to say in her acceptance speech to unite the country?
She is definitely going to have to unite the country, because we, from these results that are still coming in, we are extremely, extremely divided. I would like her to say exactly, to reemphasize what she's already said, is that she's not only going to unite the country, she needs to listen. She needs to go to the people, not let them come to her. And she's going to definitely have to quell a lot of the anxiety, a lot of the anger that is going on there, because I'll be frank with you, I do fear that, that there could be upheaval. So I want to make sure that she quells the crowds and does unite.
What policy of Clinton's do you like?
Which policies? I like all of her policies, from immigration, social services, the minimum wage, equalizing pay, like for real for women, not just legislatively, but that it's enforced. Education, again, the issues that impact families. The issues that, unfortunately, the opposing side says she doesn't care about, no, that is exactly what she cares about. And also, very importantly, we need somebody strong in international affairs. We're going to need somebody like her to protect us. We don't need a loose cannon. We need somebody who is steady, has a good temperament, and, oh, by the way, understands global issues. So that's very important.
Thank you, Valerie. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maria. The mood in the room seems to be pretty calm despite some of the news we're getting about Donald Trump winning battleground state after battleground state. I'm sure we'll be back there with you, Maria. But in the meantime, let's head over to Jocelyn Burns on our social media desk to see yet again how the internet is taking this historic election.
Thanks, Eddie. So there was a new trending thing on Twitter. It's called United States of Anxiety. So you can tell that the Americans are also getting anxious with the race coming close. Donald Trump Jr. also posted on Instagram an hour ago this picture of his whole family watching, saying it's such an intense evening that it's killing him also. The election night hashtag and election 2016 are still rapidly growing, but none of the other candidates have been updating much. But that's all I have right now. Back to Eddie and Delaney.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a minute to discuss Hillary Clinton's email
Oh, that great old email scandal.
The emails, they keep coming up, even at hour 11 on Election Day. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back here in just a few minutes.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Well, it never seems to go away. It was our very own October surprise, Hillary Clinton's email scandal. Now, I don't know about you, Eddie, but it seems like there was always new developments with this. It seems like it just kept coming up that there was, oh, here's another thing here, here's another thing there. What can you tell us? Can you just explain to me what the baseline of these emails were?
Yeah, the email scandal is definitely that thing that has followed Hillary Clinton around throughout this entire election. I'm sure you remember back during the primaries, Bernie Sanders saying in their first debate, nobody cares about your emails. That apparently is not true. So the emails have been a lot of different things come together. There have been WikiLeaks about her emails, sending out thousands of her deleted emails. There has been Director Comey of the FBI investigating emails Huma Abedin, her chief of staff, and her husband Anthony Weiner sent back and forth. So this email thing has come up over and over again, and it's actually multifaceted. There's not really just one scandal here, if you want to say that. It's been multiple kind of bits to the same piece.
So now, our October surprise, something that we just learned about not too long ago, what was that was brought up just so close to this election?
Yeah, so a lot of people assume that Donald Trump's bus video that we talked about before was actually going to be the October surprise, but that wasn't the deal. When Director Comey said just 5 days before the election that they were reopening this investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails, that put off a lot of voters. That's when we saw her overall projected availability to win get smaller and smaller and closer, and she never really rebounded from it, despite the fact that on Sunday, Director Comey came out and said they found nothing new in those emails. They were mostly duplicates of emails that they had already looked at. Like I said, there have just been so many parts of the story. It's hard to keep track of. I like to always say the story can be characterized as a lot of smoke, but not a very big fire creating all that smoke.
And a lot of people were worried with early voters because of people already voting before the actual new information came out. So it was kind of crazy to think that this new scandal came out and people had already voted. Would that have hurt or changed their opinion of her? Do you think that that had a big kind of impact?
Well, I didn't assume it would have too big of an impact. 25% of Americans had already voted at that point. But again, looking at these numbers tonight, it is possible that that email scandal had a bigger impact than any of us suspected. Now, I know you guys are having a ton of fun watching us here on RMU TV, but don't forget RMUCenturyMedia.com. We have a lot of great articles and live coverage also up on RMUCenturyMedia.com. It's also a port where you could continue to watch us while you're reading some of the articles on the website. We have a whole crew in our newsroom working on that. Now, we're going to throw over to Adeline Burdine, who is on campus talking to students about this historic election. Adeline?
Thanks, guys. I just spoke with the college Republicans, and they are very anxious for the night to end. They said they're really excited. They actually cleared out of here to go finish watching it on their own, so they weren't around other people. They said they're excited to see how it ends. They're very anxious, and they are very hopeful also that Donald Trump will become the next president. They also said they are very curious to see how Pennsylvania turns out, so they're ready for that. Back to you guys.
Now, coming up next, hopefully soon, we will be able to see how Pennsylvania does turn out. I know we've been flipping back and forth, so maybe we will get a definitive answer. We'll be back on the live election map when we come back after this commercial break.
Okay.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Smokey!
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome to our continuing coverage of election night. We have some movement on our map that we need to talk about, starting with the state of Washington. Washington, right now, as you can see, is trending red, which is kind of interesting because Washington is another one of those states that's assumed blue, but it is important to note that not all of the precincts in Washington are in. But Delaney, this is just something we're seeing over and over and over again. Trump coming to some pretty surprising early leads. Washington's not a state with a lot of really rural areas that Trump should be doing well
I was going to say, I was going to say more rural areas, but Washington's not a state with a lot of rural areas. Hillary was projected to win Washington 98.4%, so this is a little odd. Again, expect the unexpected with this 2016 election.
Now, with Washington's neighbor, Oregon, that, however, seems to be a different story.
Yes, Oregon, we can say, has gone to Hillary Clinton. It is dark blue because she has won that state. that she got those electoral college votes. 7 votes goes to Hillary Clinton to bump her up.
And she's up by a pretty substantial margin
that was
there.
landslide.
Right now, 71% to 27%.
And Gary Johnson's 3%.
Gary Johnson's still there at 3%, but those are more numbers that we were expecting to see from that part of the country.
Yeah, she was expected to win that 93%.
Exactly. Now, Minnesota is another one I want to talk about because Minnesota, by all regards, should be looking red right now. While maybe Washington's a little red, Minnesota's a little blue. And that's a little odd, wouldn't you say? So let's take a look here at Minnesota. Right now, Hillary Clinton has about 470,000. She's leading pretty well, but Minnesota only 38% of the precincts are reporting. So again, it's a little early to get excited if you're a Democrat. And again, Minnesota does not have nearly the electoral votes that would push Hillary Clinton anywhere to a safe region. This is still a really close election.
Definitely. It was projected that she would win that, so 85%, so it was not too surprising.
And going back to our 2 most important states, which I'm shocked at, Michigan
and Wisconsin.
I can't believe we're talking so much about Michigan and Wisconsin. People were right. Michigan was kind of a toss-up.
As you can see, Trump is leading by a lot more, almost about
45,000 votes.
So, I mean, there is some still movement for Hillary to make a comeback. You never know. Expect the unexpected, like we've been saying, but it is primarily red, and you can also see that with Wisconsin as well. It's primarily red.
Absolutely. Expect the unexpected. I like that. We're going to have to put that on T-shirts with this election.
Election 2016. Expect the unexpected.
With
it's all
this,
ease.
absolutely. Now behind us you can see Wisconsin. This is another state a little too close to call right now. We're going to have to wait and see. Now, later on when we come back to the map, we're going to be specializing and focusing in on Nevada. Now, we're going to head over to the Democratic headquarters in Pennsylvania here with our very own Maria DeBone. Maria?
Professional monitoring for 24/7 peace of mind. Real-time texting.
Welcome back. When I last updated you, Clinton was at 109 electoral votes. Now she won California and Oregon and has 197 votes, and Trump has 187. In that time, Donald Trump has pulled close behind Clinton, winning the state of North Carolina. And the crowd here has lessened a bit, but the excitement is strong. People are anxious as the votes come in, and people are just waiting. Katie McGinty is ahead 2% for the Senate race, so that is our last update on that. Let's see what the last update is. Trump is pulling ahead in Michigan, but hopefully Clinton can raise that. This is my update for you. I'm Maria DeBone, RMU Century Media.
All right, well, that is the last time we will hear from Maria DeBone at the Democratic headquarters. Thank you so much, Maria, for being out there talking to people. You really added something great to our show. Mm-hmm. Now, we want to switch focus a little bit. We teased it over there on the map just a minute ago. Let's talk about Nevada, okay? A peculiar state. Only 6 electoral votes, but it could play a big part. And Nevada is interesting because of the number of Latino voters there and the number of Latino voters who voted early. There was a record turnout amongst the Latino voting bloc, and they voted lower than whites or African Americans in past elections, so it's kind of a big deal. In Nevada, Democrats led by 72,000 votes in early voting.
Yeah, it definitely could be a key state in this election. It wasn't really, it was more projected for Hillary to win by about 58%, so that's not definitely a lot, but it did definitely just flip. So 53%, 43% her. She is leading by a lot more, but now you see the state is red, so it is more leaning towards Trump. So it's going to be going back and forth.
Yeah, we're unsure whether or not those 71,000 people who voted early did or are being counted in those numbers that we're seeing there. Hispanic voter turnout in 2016 has already exceeded 170,000 ballots, which is pretty substantial. It definitely shows a turning point of voting blocks in this country.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, we will have more updates. You'll be hearing definitely more from us as this night progresses. More states More on this.
I don't want to ruin any surprises, but Michigan and Wisconsin, we're going to be talking about those again.
Really? Michigan and Wisconsin? We haven't heard those names at all tonight.
I know.
We have.
We'll be right back.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary.
Hi, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists live election night coverage. We're back in front of the live election map, and we have updates. Eddie, what are those 3 states you've been saying all night?
3 most important states somehow in this election: Wisconsin, Michigan, New Hampshire. We're going to start in Wisconsin. What's that, the dairy state, right? Cheese?
Cheese.
That's in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. Donald Trump up by about 3% there.
All right, so Wisconsin, Madison, Milwaukee, those are both Clinton. Clinton really claimed those cities.
Not surprising, big cities.
Green Bay, like the cheese, like you said, was red, and all around in the rural areas, like we've been saying, have been primarily red with Trump, and that's where he's getting this main lead.
That's a trend we've been seeing all night. Rural areas are overwhelmingly going with Trump. This was expected. Trump was supposed to really overperform with white, not college-educated people. And we see a lot of those in rural areas, and they got out to vote. So you have to give them credit for that. The next state we need to highlight, Michigan.
I was just about to say that.
I'm sorry, I stole it. Hold on, wait, we'll start it again. That next state we need to talk about is?
Michigan.
Michigan.
So 16 electoral college votes. So this could be a really big, that's one of the heavier states. So it's really neck and neck right now, but In Grand Rapids, that went red. Detroit, it's leaning blue. It's projected blue. It was kind of that light shade, so that it hasn't been claimed by Hillary yet, but it's projected to go. But then again, like I'm going to say, what am I going to say? Rural is red.
Rural is red. That's right. 61% of precincts are reporting. I do want to note that what we're seeing in Michigan right now, this kind of 48%, getting closer, was exactly what we saw in Virginia before Virginia was called for Hillary Clinton. So again, the Democrats have to be hoping at this point that more and more Democrats in those areas are voting. And there you see Virginia, which again was called for Hillary Clinton. Now back to our home state of Pennsylvania, where we're still not sure. It's leaning Republican right now, but man, this race is so close.
If you look at those numbers, Trump is leading by like 8,000 votes.
8,000.
We do see Gary polling at 2%, but I don't think you're going to have a chance, Gary. I'm sorry.
Well, Gary Johnson polling at 2%, you're right, he doesn't have a chance, but that is important because 88% of the precincts are in. These numbers are so close, and that 2% might not be a big deal, but those 116,000 votes he got are. If any of those votes had gone to Clinton, we might not be seeing this spread that we're seeing right now. I want to talk about something else that we haven't talked about too much, the economic implications, because while this map behind us is changing and updating and coming up with different colors, the stock market is actually making its own changes. Right now, the Dow futures is down 600 points. In international markets are also down in England and Japan. This is something we saw over the summer in the United Kingdom with the Brexit vote. Now, I do want to bring up a Wall Street Journal report 6 months ago talked about the 3 things they thought could impact the global economy the most. The number 1 thing was China calling in their loans on the United States. Number 2 was Donald Trump becoming president. And number 3 was Brexit. This was before Brexit even happened. And these trends towards Trump throughout the country tonight have already been reflected on the global economic market.
Wow. Well, we could see that Trump presidency, and that could definitely be something that could have a huge impact. It's looking more and more like a realistic possibility every second. Now, to see how the internet is faring with that, how social media is feeling about that, we turn things over to Jocelyn Burns one more time. Jocelyn? What do you have for us?
Thanks, Eddie and Delaney. Surprisingly, there hasn't been much updated in the last hour. Bill Clinton still hasn't tweeted since yesterday. Gary Johnson tweeted 27 minutes ago talking about how you can watch his live election night party. Donald Trump only tweeted an hour ago. Hillary Clinton still only tweeted 2 hours ago. Jill Stein tweeted 25 minutes ago saying, "There's a simple upgrade to our voting system that eliminates the spoiler effect. It's called #RankedChoiceVoting." Mike Pence only tweeted an hour ago, so there hasn't been much for social media in the past hour. All right, and back to Eddie and Delaney.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Now, we were just over at our map talking about Donald Trump's potential presidency, but something I do want to highlight is Hillary Clinton is not out of this race just yet. We're seeing changes to our map consistently. Washington, which we just talked about 10 minutes ago being red, is back to blue, and it's pretty safe blue. I bet we call Washington here in just a few moments. Nevada has switched from red
to blue
as more and more votes come in.
Very important for Hillary, if she does indeed win this state. As I was saying earlier, it was projected that she would win it, but not by much. And so she does manage to pull the state that would be crucial to her electoral college total.
Now, she is still down in Wisconsin and Michigan, but assuming she does get those states back, a Nevada win could offset a loss in New Hampshire, which is what we've been talking about a little bit throughout the night. Minnesota, however, is still tracking blue. Very peculiar. I still can't wrap my head around why Minnesota is going blue after all this time. Wisconsin and Michigan, though, those states are going to be the major players today. We talked a lot about Florida, North Carolina, even Virginia early in the show. We can throw those out. Those states have been called. It's pretty much up to Wisconsin and Michigan. right now.
Well, we will have definitely more of these and more updates. When we come back, we will be back on our live election map and more, all coming up next.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists live election night coverage. So we have been talking all about the presidents and all of these crazy updates, but we kind of have put to the side the Senate.
Yeah, the presidential race has really sucked up a lot of our airtime, but let's move in to the Senate. The Senate now, our map is projecting Pat Toomey slightly over Katie McGinty. This is a contested election. She is no longer leading by those 10% margins we saw earlier.
Yeah, it was definitely, we said earlier that she could kind of sit back and so 88.3% has been called, and we said earlier that she could kind of sit back and relax, and she can't really do that anymore. She kind of has to maybe kind of nail biter here because Pat Toomey has had that slight lead over her, and we kind of said earlier that it was really neck and neck, and as we can see here.
It really is neck and neck, and true to this election, again, it's hard to get a grasp on what's happening. No doubt the rural areas in this different parts of our state were the thing that pushed Toomey over the edge, though Toomey never endorsed Donald Trump, so it was kind of a big question on whether or not people would come out for him, and it's looking like his numbers weren't in nearly the deficit. Now, returning back to our map, lots of red here throughout the middle of our country, some blue over there, Wisconsin, Michigan, New Hampshire. We are back to talking about those states. Now, Wisconsin has been called by Fox News, but that is Fox News. We are not ready to call Wisconsin ourselves. The race is still within 50,000 votes. Very close. Again, Gary Johnson, though, with his 4%, that number keeps popping up on our map over and over and over again. And I'll say it one more time. Will Gary Johnson be looked at in history as kind of the Ross Perot for being a spoiler candidate in this election if Donald Trump wins? Only time will tell.
He made his name heard. He wasn't just kind of someone that fell in the cracks. We put him on our own graphics. You see his name here. He wasn't someone that we just kind of put by the wayside. He has been talked about. But as you can see, Trump kind of has that little bit more of a lead over Hillary in Wisconsin. I think it was those rural areas and those, like we said, the people who actually went to the polls and wanted to vote for him, like you said, the college uneducated people who actually went out. It's one thing to not talk about or to say you're going to vote for Trump and then not go to the polls, but we really saw a following Trump had actually go to the polls and vote for him.
Yeah, this state really has to have Democrats on edge. This was an assumed Democrat win, and we're just not seeing that anymore. I want to return to New Hampshire now real quick. Another state we haven't been focusing on too much in the last few minutes, but still pretty close, neck and neck, 10,000 votes off. One more time, though, I will point to that 4% Gary Johnson. Those 18,000 votes he has on either side would make this race more sure in that state. So the third parties really are affecting this election. They really are. Now, moving back to Michigan, Michigan was the state where both of the candidates ended up on Monday. They both went to Michigan, both canvassing there, both trying to get support. And it looks like it may have done a little more good for Donald Trump than for Hillary Clinton.
But not by too much. I mean, granted, about 40,000 votes is a lot, but you can definitely see that it helped him in the long run a lot more.
And one more time, we will point out Gary Johnson at that number, 4%. You know, these maps, these states going red are really different than I think what a lot of us expected. Now, if we could go back to our main map real quick, the final state I want to talk about is a state, again, that we've been mentioning a lot, Nevada. Which way does our map have Nevada going, however? Right now, across the country, the AP has Nevada going blue. You can see our map is shaded a little bit light blue, I would say. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good lead there. Not too many precincts reporting, though. Nevada is a big state. She has to do well, especially in Las Vegas, to really pull out a win here. But again, if she loses Michigan or Wisconsin, this isn't going to help her at all.
No, definitely. This Nevada state, she was projected to win, not by a ton, but I think that she can pull through and win Nevada to definitely help her and get her electoral votes up.
Absolutely. So what we've been talking about for the last 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours, has been a little stressful, a little edgy. I'm a big political fan, as many people know, and I've been privileged over the last 8 months to have a front row seat to the people and the candidates of this election. So I created this. I call it My Journey, and it is exactly that. It's my journey through the election of 2016. Take a look.
Over the last 8 months, I've spent countless hours on the campaign trail of 2016. And come tomorrow morning, on November 9th, I may be the only person in America who's upset by the fact that this election is over. It all started on March 31st. Bernie Sanders was the first major political candidate to visit Pittsburgh as part of the 2016 campaign. In a packed room filled with millennials, retirees, veterans, and everyone in between, I got my first taste of on-location political reporting. And I haven't stopped since. In the months that followed, I've seen just about every major political candidate. I've seen Hillary Clinton speak 5 times to crowds big and small. I went to the one and only Donald Trump rally RMU Century Media was credentialed for back in April, back when the candidate was anything but a sure thing for Republicans. I've had the opportunity to listen to former President Bill Clinton speak to a small crowd of less than 150 people in Aliquippa. And I've seen Democratic Senate candidate Katie McGinty speak to crowds of more than 5,000. I traveled across the state to the city of brotherly love for the 2016 Democratic National Convention and watched history up close as Democrats elected the first woman to a major party. I'd been right in the middle of clashing protests. I've been spit on. I've had things thrown at me. I've been yelled at by the police. But more than anything, I've had countless conversations with people of all walks of life. People who are scared of losing their jobs. People who are afraid to lose their right to bear arms or their right to marry who they choose. I've seen people on both sides of the aisles swing at each other, shake hands, scream until they cry, and cry until they laugh. As the 2016 election comes to a close, I can't help but feel a little sad. There have been stressful, even scary moments for me throughout this campaign. But I'd be lying to you if I told you I didn't enjoy every single second of it. And despite all the things I've seen, and all the things I've heard, and all the people I've talked to, I know that the one thing from my journey on the 2016 election that will stick with me no matter what is knowing with confidence that despite the rhetoric, the American voter and the American populace as a whole is in fact engaged, proud, and invested in their political future.
In a way, that's kind of like my goodbye letter to the election of 2016. I've spent so much time, it feels like, out talking to people, out doing research for this. It's kind of weird that it's coming to an end.
I feel like you were always at a rally. It was always Facebook, Twitter. It was always like, Eddie's at a rally. Eddie's at a rally. He's hitting Hillary Clinton, denied at Trump, all these sorts of things.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I have a free weekend this week, so I don't know what that's going to feel like. We're going to take a really quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be back here at our map talking about some movements in some key states, including Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back. Now, we are 10 minutes away from midnight, and we know we told you that our election night coverage would end at midnight, but we're not going anywhere, at least not for a while. We're going to go past midnight. We want to see what happens here in this crazy, historic, close, surprising election. There's so many things.
We just can't get enough of this election.
There's so many things we could say about it. Now I want to take a look really quick here at our home state of Pennsylvania, where the numbers are closer than I think most people were expecting them to be. So here we are, Pennsylvania, back to blue on our map, but it is still so close, within a 20,000 vote margin.
I just think that's insane. Like I've been saying, rural cities, I think really helped Trump here in the state of Pennsylvania, but I also think how many times both candidates visited here really, like we've been saying, helped the state of Pennsylvania. We saw them coming in Philly, in Pittsburgh, and I think that really helped. I think that everyone in Pennsylvania said, hey, the candidates are coming here. They're reaching out to us. And I think that's what drew a lot of people who you wouldn't normally expect to the polls in to cast their vote.
Absolutely. Pennsylvania, that big old area in the middle of the state that's not Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, definitely played a key role in getting Donald Trump those votes. Anybody who spent any time in the Pennsylvania area will notice just Trump sign after Trump sign after Trump sign. They were pretty clear on how they felt. Now, we want to go to another state, one we haven't talked about much, but there's something there we need to highlight.
Yes, so what I want to talk about is the state of Utah. Now, if we bring up the state of Utah, there's something, or rather someone I want to point out. So if you look at Utah, down in the corner, we have Gary Johnson, but there's also another face on there, Evan McMullin. So what I want to talk about with Evan McMullin is he is another candidate that we haven't brought up yet. So you have Gary Johnson polling the highest we've seen him at 21%. And you have Trump, obviously, who's most likely projected to win Utah, polling very, very high as well. And then Hillary Clinton polling at the same as Gary Johnson with 21% as well. But Utah, actually, they projected at first could be a state that Evan McMullin could win.
Yeah, Utah is an interesting state here in our union because Utah has an extremely high Mormon population, the highest in the country at 67%. Mormons, they don't usually like Democrats. Mormons, they didn't really like Donald Trump overwhelmingly. They were one of the few religious blocs that did not vote for Donald Trump overwhelmingly. So that was why third-party candidates had such a good shot in that state.
Yeah, and Evan McMullin, being from Utah, he really thought, a lot of people thought he was going to poll better there, but seeing his only 6%, he didn't do as well there.
Absolutely.
But then I did just check a little bit better, and he was doing a little bit better, polling the same as Hillary Clinton. Our map is a little bit slow, but he was doing a little bit better in the recently updated maps.
Now, moving on to another state, I want to talk about this one right up here, Minnesota, this little spot of blue and this big sea of red right now. Minnesota, Hillary Clinton is maintaining her lead, and she's maintaining her lead actually by a pretty healthy margin of about 9%, which is so odd. I still can't understand why Hillary Clinton is leading by 9 points in a state like Minnesota that was not projected to be hers. It's pretty crazy, especially considering 60% of the vote in Minnesota has already come in. I would not have expected to see Hillary Clinton at this level in Minnesota. Another just really odd thing about this election. Now we have to return to a state we've been talking about a ton. Wisconsin.
I was going to guess. It was either going to be Wisconsin or Michigan. So you shouldn't let me guess, but I was going to guess with Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, 76% of the vote coming in. Donald Trump is leading. There you go. Our map has adjusted, and he's leading by about 4 points right now.
Mm-hmm. So you definitely can see why. We've talked about a lot why. So definitely seeing that those rural areas are going to be the really ones why. But we actually are going to go back to Utah. It has been called for, I'm going to guess, Donald Trump, but that's just going to be Trump. And I would be correct. Donald Trump, 54% for him.
There you go. So you'll notice our map was slightly off. A little mistake, a little bug in the system, bound to happen. Evan McMullin actually has 22%.
That would make more sense. That's what.
Not Gary Johnson. But the thing you should note about there is Evan McMullin has the same number of votes pretty much as Hillary Clinton.
If you wanted to, if he could have been, a lot of people said that he could have been the first to win. He could have been the first third-party candidate to win a third-party state. Since like 1968. So that would have been something interesting, but most people expected Utah to be taken by Trump.
Now going back to our home state of Pennsylvania, because there has been more movement yet again as more of the votes have come in. Our map is showing blue, but we are getting the information that with 92% of precincts reporting the map is about to flip red again. Like we said, this is such a close election. Pennsylvania is not like we've been seeing in states maybe like Virginia or Washington. 92% of the precincts are called. Pennsylvania is just about done. This is one of those instances where I really have to tell you, this is proof that your vote absolutely does matter. Every single vote is going to count. You know, it's usually Florida that comes in by about 50 votes, maybe 100 votes. It might be Pennsylvania this time. It may go to prove how important your vote is.
Which is absolutely crazy. Like, Pennsylvania was not something that we were going to be expecting to see this teeter-totter with. Other states we were going to really see that with, and Pennsylvania is just absolutely crazy. But it's really cool that it's our own home state and we get to really report on that. It's absolutely fascinating.
Absolutely. Now, we're not exactly sure if this is a record turnout for voters in the United States. There was a lot of talk that it could be, but this is for sure a record turnout of people talking about the election on social media. For more on that, we turn over to Jocelyn Burns yet again for an update on how the internet is handling this election.
Thanks, Eddie and Delaney. Yeah, like they said, the internet has taken over this election, but in the past hour, like I said earlier, nothing has been updated. Donald Trump tweeted 2 hours ago, Hillary Clinton 3 hours ago, just like I said earlier, and Donald Trump's Instagram, nothing. Hillary Clinton from 3 hours ago, Gary Johnson from 5 hours ago. Really nothing new in the social media, which is really surprising, like I've said before. Back to Eddie and Delaney.
Thanks, Jocelyn. As we approach the midnight hour, this election coverage turns into a waiting game to see where people turned out to vote in some key states, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire. So coming up next, we're going to be talking about the vice presidential candidates, because one of those two men is going to be the second in command. It's an important topic, one you probably don't know too much about, so we want to explore a little bit who's on the other side of these tickets. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
And welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists election night coverage. Now, we are going to talk about and really break down both of the vice presidential candidates. Now, each candidate gets to pick someone to be their second in command, their right-hand man. And what's interesting is one of these men is, like you said, going to be the second in command, going to basically run this country and step up if something were to happen to either Trump or Clinton. And what's interesting is both of these men had their own debate, which was really cool, and we got to see them basically battle it out and see which one really could bring something to the table. So let's talk about some key topics and see really how each of them stand and kind of see how things kind of flow with their actual candidate.
Yeah, when it comes to Mike Pence, Donald Trump's running mate, and Tim Kaine, Hillary Clinton's running mate, you couldn't really have two guys who are more different, especially on some key issues. The first issue I want to talk about is one they probably differ on more than anything else: abortion. Now, both of these men are practicing and staunch Catholics, but they have very different views on abortion. Tim Kaine has some very liberal views on abortion. He does not personally believe in them, but is very open to it being a woman's right to decide.
Yet on the other side of that, Mike Pence kind of commits to it being an unalienable right to like the life, including the unborn. Mm-hmm. And so he kind of said, like, he voted yes to banning the federal health coverage that includes abortion, and he also voted no on expanding research to more embryonic stem cell lines. So you kind of can see that he is not in favor of abortion.
Right. Mike Pence is actually one of the most extreme pro-life candidates in the entire country. He even went as far in his home state of Indiana to pass a law that requires funerals for aborted fetuses in his home state. He's very extreme on that issue. Now, another topic they are very different on is civil rights, and not necessarily civil rights for African Americans, but civil rights on the gay population in America. Mike Pence has repeatedly voted against same-sex marriage. He does not believe in or support the Supreme Court decision on gay marriage. He even has gone as far as to cancel funding for HIV and AIDS research in his home state of Indiana to spend the money on electroshock therapy and conversion therapy for homosexual youth. So he's, again, very extremely right on these topics. I don't think a lot of people realized how far right, how conservative he was, but Tim Kaine, that's a different story.
Yeah, definitely you can see that regarding LGBTQ Americans, Tim Kaine has fought for fair treatment for them. He's even tried to pass laws favoring domestic partners, things like that. And he opposes defining traditional marriage and things like that. So you can definitely see that he's fighting for the rights of the LGBT community.
Absolutely. Now, gun control. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump actually have very similar views on gun control, but the same cannot be said for Mike Pence and Tim Kaine on their gun control beliefs. Tim Kaine, he supports limiting high-capacity clips to no more than 10 bullets. He said back in 2005 he supports the Second Amendment, but as recently as in 2012, he said he supports restricting the Second Amendment, so his views have changed a little bit on that, and he voted yes on banning high-capacity magazines over that 10-bullet limit we had before.
Yes, and then you can see that Mike Pence voted yes on prohibiting product misuse lawsuits on gun manufacturers, and he wanted to loosen restrictions on interstate gun purchases. So he's a little more right on gun control and things like that.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break now from talking about the vice presidents. Hopefully you have a better idea of who those two men are on some key issues, some key social issues in our country. We want to take a second to announce that Donald Trump has won Iowa. That has been confirmed. Iowa is in Donald Trump's bag and helps him get closer to the 270 votes he needs. Right now, the electoral vote stands at about 244 for Donald Trump and 209 for Hillary Clinton. As we move into the next half hour, I cannot stress how important Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are going to be. Like we said earlier, this just turns into a waiting game. We're going to spend almost the entirety of our show now over at our map, focusing really on those three states and any minor changes there, because those minor changes are going to mean big things for this country's future either way.
Yeah, and it looks like Pennsylvania is leaning a little more red, but
by about 35,000 votes. 35,000 votes is what our map has it on. The numbers, though, we do want to stress are different based off where you go. Again, so much uncertainty in this election and so much uncertainty as these numbers come in. Again, that's why we're going to have to spend so much time now in this last half hour over on our map talking about these numbers.
Yeah, we will be bringing you all the live election coverage on our live election map. So don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we will be on our live election map giving you all those updates as these key states like Wisconsin, Michigan, and everything come in. So don't go anywhere.
Being prepared is a part of who you are. But it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
What this place needs is better graduation rates.
What this place needs is less childhood obesity.
What this place needs is free help with taxes.
What this place needs is healthy breakfast.
What this place needs is fitness programs for kids.
What this place needs is early readers.
What this place needs is mentors for teens.
What this place needs is people to join us. What this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org.
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Everybody has a dream. Mine was to see the ocean. And with a little help, I made it.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We just finished dinner and it was time for homework.
He hates homework.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how he finds anything in his backpack.
I can't find my backpack.
I couldn't even read his handwriting.
Holding the pencil makes my hand hurt.
I know he's bright.
Why is it so hard for me?
He's
I'm
just
trying
gotta
as
try a
hard
little
as
harder.
I can.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. Go to understood.org, a free online resource with support and tools to help your child thrive.
Welcome back to RMU's SCJ election night coverage. We're a little bit past our midnight time when we thought we were going to be over. We're here for the long haul. See how this ends. We're getting closer every single second, but we do have some key movements that we want to highlight here on our map for you, starting with Nevada.
So Clinton is currently leading in Nevada by about 40,000 votes. Only about 29% of the precincts are reporting, though. But as you can see, 51% to Hillary Clinton, 46% to Trump, 360,000 votes her way. So, like I said, she's leading by about, this one says, by about 40,000.
This is such an unpredictable election. You know, this is a bigger margin than people were expecting in a state like Nevada. But then we return to these states that we keep talking about that we're going to be focused on for the rest of the night. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania specifically because Pennsylvania is back to being red. You know, this state keeps fluctuating with just a few thousand points. One will get up. But it's too close to call still. Again, it's insane that Pennsylvania has become the state that could determine it all. And at this point, all Donald Trump needs is a win in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, and he's in. He's the next president.
Yeah, this teeter-totter, which kind of has shocked everybody, is really could, like you said, determine this election. Once one of those gets announced, we really will have another president-elect of the United States.
Yeah, looking at this map, it's a lot more red than I think a lot of people had assumed. Right now, the popular vote is also something that a lot of people weren't expecting.
Yeah, right now, Trump has 48% and Clinton has 47% of the national popular vote. Only about a 1 million total difference, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people were predicting a close election. I don't know if they were predicting that close, especially an election that close with a Donald Trump leading. The odds were off a lot, we're finding in this. Now, this is a waiting game. Like we keep saying over and over again, this is a waiting game. Hillary Clinton needs to hold on in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And it looks like the presidency, though, could be slipping through her fingers as we speak.
Definitely. I don't think this was something that anyone could have predicted. There were a lot of speculation, and there was a lot of certain states that were definitely hands down going to either one of the candidates, but then there's just these certain ones that no one saw coming.
Absolutely. 538 this morning had the betting odds. Hillary Clinton would be president at about 72%. They adjusted about an hour ago to reflect 55% for Donald Trump, and now those odds continue to go up for him.
Yeah, well, now we are going to see how kind of nationally this world is reacting to what's kind of going on. Let's see how kind of Twitter, Facebook, anything you have, Jocelyn, is reacting. What do you have for us?
Thanks, Eddie and Delaney. So far, still no tweets from Trump, Clinton, Pence, or Kaine, but the hashtag election night 2016, hashtag Make America Great Again, and hashtag I'm With Her 2016 are all updating very quickly. So people are still getting really involved. Still no updates on any of the Instagrams, though. So that's all I have for social right now. Back to Eddie and Delaney.
All right, coming up after the break, we will have yet again more mapped updates as hopefully we'll hear for Pennsylvania, Nevada, and all those other key states, and we will have a president-elect of the United States.
Yeah, as more and more precincts continue to come in, this race is tightening. We'll have to see if we have a conclusion within the next half hour, or if we're going to have to wait until potentially the morning to see who is our president-elect.
Don't miss it.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
Welcome back to the Society for Collegiate Journalists live election coverage. So looking at Pennsylvania, something interesting is that 25% left to be counted is just here in Allegheny County. And what's interesting about that is 25% is counted, and we are currently in Allegheny County, and that is so interesting. And 17 points is counted toward Clinton. So that kind of could be interesting in how Pennsylvania will lean.
Correct. So Pennsylvania is pretty much counted. As you said, we are the we are sitting in the county that will decide this state. The good news for Hillary Clinton, Allegheny County usually goes Democrats. That's because Pittsburgh is located inside of this county. Now, the reason we're seeing that is because, like we said, cities are so hard to count in these elections, especially when they're close. And as you had mentioned, Hillary's up by about 17%, a pretty safe margin for her. But that, again, is such a close race. And it's going to all come down to us here. You know, those of us at Moon Township, those of us at RMU, voted in this county, which will decide this state, which could decide the presidential election.
That's just so cool to think that like our voices have been heard and that we could be the deciding factor for Pennsylvania in this election.
Again, it's what I said over on the map. Don't ever tell me your vote doesn't matter. It comes down to every single vote. Now, another state that is very important, leaning red right now, is Michigan. Michigan is another one of those states, though, that could become blue because Detroit has not been counted fully yet either. Detroit's precinct is still also sitting at about 25%. Another heavily populated city, a big minority population there, that could push Michigan over to the blue where we would expect, which then means Wisconsin is the state that decides this entire election. And right now, Donald Trump has a pretty healthy lead over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin by about 93,000 votes. A little bit more on our map even. Wisconsin has 85% of precincts reporting. Nothing close to big cities, though, with their numbers not in. The big cities have their numbers coming in, and Wisconsin, being the state that determines it all, is very unusual.
I was just about to say, that seems very odd. With Pennsylvania, that doesn't seem to be extremely odd, and it's very likely that Pennsylvania and Allegheny County and with Detroit and Michigan, how you can see that it's the bigger cities that are going to be the really deciding factors. That's very common. We're not very surprised by that. But Wisconsin is something that not very likely, and it's the bigger cities that have been counted already. That's very odd.
Yeah, and back on the odd train of the way things are going, Minnesota, right next to Wisconsin, still trending blue. You know, it's odd. I bet Hillary Clinton right now is wishing it was the other way around. I bet she's wishing she was leading in Wisconsin right now and trailing in Minnesota. But it's, again, characteristic of this election that is just so hard to keep track of. Moving across the country to Nevada. Nevada is still looking pretty healthy blue, you know? So, again, let's swing across the country again.
Let's go back to our home state, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, back to being red, but like we said, don't freak out too much. Allegheny County, their numbers are still not definitively in. It's close, though. It's going to be a close call. It's going to come down to maybe just a few hundred votes.
Especially, I think there are 100 left in Allegheny County. This is going to be probably definitely the determining county. The Democrats have won this county every year since 2004. So I don't think we really have to worry about Allegheny County. So.
Absolutely. And Michigan and Minnesota, they're moving a little slower than Pennsylvania is right now on reporting in these precincts. So if it turns out Pennsylvania is called red, that's it. It's a Donald Trump win. Donald Trump would be the president-elect. So we're going to come back right after this quick break with more map updates. We'll continue to follow these map updates as they come. We'll be right back.
You know what, guys? There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
Todd's a great guy. I mean, Look at him. What a sweetheart. Attaboy. Wait, Todd, what are you doing? How totally selfish and un-Todd-like of you. Come on, Todd. Come on, man.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It's a beautiful day out here. Sunny today with light breeze, giving way to clouds in the afternoon. We could see some light precipitation to moderate precipitation later on, followed by powerful storm-like conditions. 90 miles per hour winds are expected. Authorities are asking everyone, stay indoors. Come on, that's it. Let's go.
Welcome back to RMU Society for Collegiate Journalists coverage of Election Night 2016. Now, we do have to tell you, our viewers at home, that we have decided that we will end our broadcast at 12:30, and the reason we are doing that, originally we were going to stay on until Pennsylvania got called, but it's looking like that might not actually happen tonight. Right now, the percentages are 48.25% to 48.25%. You can see it's literally within 2,000 votes. Our map reflects it as 49% to 49%. There will have to be a recount in Pennsylvania, we're
Most
assuming.
definitely.
So we're not going to be able to call Pennsylvania tonight, it looks like. The same could be said for Wisconsin and Michigan, but there is a little spark of hope maybe for the Clinton campaign on the West Coast?
Yes, definitely. Nevada was just called for Clinton. That's definitely going to help her. You can see that it's really going to kind of boost her a little bit. She did get some more Electoral College votes. So I guess there is a little spark of hope and a glimmer in her eye. As you can see, 215 now to Donald Trump's 244.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can still see she's putting up a fight.
Votes are close right now in New Hampshire still. 78% of precincts reporting. That's down in about 5,000 votes. So this election's not exactly over yet. Unfortunately, it looks like we might just have to wait until the morning to know who our next president is. This election has been long, folks, but it's not over just yet. Before we talk for one final time, however, we want to throw it over to Jocelyn Burns one last time to give us our final social media update of the night. Jocelyn.
Thanks, Eddie and Delaney. So far, just like I've said lately, the social media hasn't been updating. It's been really quiet. Still no updates since 2 hours ago for Mike Pence, 3 hours ago for Tim Kaine, for Jill Stein an hour ago. The hashtags are still going rapidly, like I said before, but really no updates. All right, and now we're back to Eddie and Delaney.
Thank
you, Jocelyn.
We had to say that together because we just appreciate everything Jocelyn has done, taking some of the pressure off of us throughout the whole night.
Of course,
right?
we couldn't have done it without you, Jocelyn. So thank you very, very much. Social media was definitely important, not only for us, but definitely in this election with both candidates.
Absolutely. It's been a historical election for social media. That's why we wanted to spend so much time tonight emphasizing on that, talking about what people around the country were feeling and talking about, because this is really one of the first elections we've ever seen social media have such a big impact.
Oh, definitely. We did see it maybe a little bit in 2012, but especially with Donald Trump, we saw his tweets being definitely used much more. And Clinton definitely used it with her Instagram, and we definitely saw it used in regards to Snapchat being used as a kind of marketing tool. And we saw a lot of different things and a lot of different angles taken with Twitter and Facebook, as well as other platforms.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to talk to you about one final thing tonight that would be an interesting turn for this election that seems like it'll just never end. Now, as we talked about before, Donald Trump is leading in Wisconsin. Hillary Clinton, assuming that she gets her votes in Detroit she needs, could win Michigan. Assuming then that she also wins Pennsylvania, she leads there, and New Hampshire. The vote for the Electoral College would be 269 to 269 with this Nevada win for Hillary Clinton. So again, if Hillary Clinton holds on to her lead in Minnesota, wins Michigan, wins Pennsylvania, and wins New Hampshire, like she was expected to do, plus that win in Minnesota, and Donald Trump wins in Wisconsin, like he's leading right now, that would mean a split vote, okay? And that is also assuming, of course, Alaska goes red. We don't have any official numbers on that yet, but it's safe to assume Alaska will go red. They almost always do. They're not, the polls aren't even closed there yet.
So what's crazy is this whole election, not just a single state, would be neck and neck, which would be
It would
crazy.
literally be neck and neck. Again, the election that people were hoping would just be over today, there is a potential for it to continue on. And at that point, Congress gets to decide who the next president of the United States is, and that would just open up a whole nother can of worms. We, folks, I think need to say that the main point of tonight is we don't have a clue what's going on anymore.
No, definitely not. But one last P update before we do close. It looks like Trump has taken a very, very slight lead by about 2,000 votes. Just barely. So again, neck and neck. There probably is going to need to be a recount taken there. It is literally 48.2% to 48.2%.
And that being said, with the very close margins, New Hampshire has just switched from red until blue. Again, we just have no idea what's going on, Delaney. This election has really turned everything that I know about politics, I think everything the American people thought they knew about politics, on their head. We might have to wait until the morning to know exactly what's going on and maybe even beyond.
I definitely would think so. I don't think anybody was expecting this. Like we've been saying, expect the unexpected. There was definitely no real kind of anything that we could have expected with this election. But I think what we have to do is thank all of you for tuning in tonight to watch the SCJ chapter of Robert Morris's election of this election.
Our coverage of the election night. We really thought we were going to have a winner for you. We're sorry we have to end this way, but this might just go all night. Thank you again for tuning in to RMU's Society for Collegiate Journalists 2016 election night coverage.